Uh, uh, hello, hello. Hi, everyone. The ad has the ad finished running on Twitch? All right, that should be. Hold on, chat. Okay. Hi. Where's Baxter? Who's this dog? What do you mean? Hi, everyone. Hi. Hello. Hey, Mori can't keep watch this time since I'm prepping to leave. Chat, you better behave while I'm going. Yeah. That's fine. Usually these kinds of streams are pretty chill, so I can handle it. Don't worry. Both mods are off duty today. Yeah, Ahmed is having Eid al-Fitr celebrations today. Happy how do you pronounce it? I'm not really sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Happy Eid al-Fitr to all those who celebrate the end of Ramadan, if I recall correctly. Breaking fast, yippee! You guys can enjoy some good food today, I suppose. Hello everyone, hi! Hi Elle! And also you, I saw you earlier saying you'll be playing marathon while the stream is up. Have fun! Hello Elle, how are you? It's Friday. And a holiday. So no work. Eid al-Fitr. I always have trouble pronouncing it. Eid al-Fitr is how you say it, I suppose. But yeah, usually it's a holiday for my country because we also value our Muslim brothers who are celebrating today. Happy weekend. I'm at my aunt's. We're playing Uno. Yeah! Get some big wins for me, Elle. You better get Uno. All right. So, hold on. Let me hydrate for a bit. Last we left off on the Baxter DLC, we just finished having a hangout with our friend Xavier. We met up at the cafe, and now we're doing our own little chat with Baxter as well. Hello. It's him! Here's Baxter, Nil. My cousin kept winning. No! You'll win. You'll win next time, Elle. Just believe. Yeah. What were we talking about with this one? We were talking about... Oh, we're just about to talk about family. It's been too long, even though it hasn't been long at all. Barely a whole month. Since we last saw our moms. He tapped a finger against his glass, watching you and smiling sweetly.
I get it.
I can understand why their presence would be missed. Your family members are lovely people. Baxter was so nice about your moms and big sis. That was something you deeply appreciated. Your family meant a lot to you. But you couldn't forget the offhanded way he noted his own parents in his list of people he'd lost contact with. Hey, do I have... Hey, do I have the okay to ask about your mom and dad, or should I not?
Oh.
Baxter's fingers, which were gingerly wrapped around a coffee mug, twitched. That's fine. He placed the cup down with a clink. Because we are friends and I can share some insight into my mysterious, opaque life. Baxter might have been able to form quips as glibly as ever, but you hadn't missed the dullness in his eyes. Get mugged. I haven't increased the cap for candy stars, by the way. Oh, I forgot to increase that. Hold on. Let me do it real quick. Like, really, really quick. I just need to add, like, another 9 to it anyway. Save. There we go. Okay. In a bit, we'll see if my candy stars will grow to over 99,000. It was that easy. I mean, yeah. I just keep forgetting because I never really open up my bot. Oh, look! I never really open up my bot when I'm offline. It's over 99,000! At least it's done. Yeah. I have to... The reason why I've been holding off on it because I want to move to a different chatbot, and that means moving everyone's like candy star balance to the new bot, and I don't want to deal with that just yet, so I'm like holding off. I should. However, I'm also dealing with Clover Cafe production now. Maybe I won't ever move bots. I'm gonna switch when I have the time, I suppose. I feel very limited with the current bot. I think I have so much more potential with a different bot because I want to do want to also make a game that's integrated with the bot, and the easiest one that I could find is a streamer bot where I could make a Godot game and integrate streamer bot to it, and it's a lot more easy programming wise. You guys won't understand. This is too much nerd talk. I'm going to stop now. I'm gonna keep tabs on how much candy stars. If I'm down by even one, I'm riding. Oh my lord. I'm glad you're... Normie in chat. Oh my god. Basic programming you don't know? Duh. Can't even do basic web development? Oh my lord. Nerd in stream. Alright, back to the game. We're here asking about this guy's parents. Come on, guys. Come on. To start, I haven't spoken to my parents in... a few years now. That's what I meant when I included them in the list of relationships I haven't maintained. So they weren't talking at all? He frowned. Even if making new ties seemed impossible to him, what would make Baxter cut off the family he'd always known? Is his parents dead? Are you loved? What are these questions? He just went no contact with his parents. Come on, guys. Wild question. Those questions stayed within the confines of your mind. This wasn't the time to interrupt. He felt your sharp reaction and gave a tight smile. So no love, he's about to explain it. Come on, have some patience here. That's all good, I'm here, you're going to provide the love? Alright. It isn't a painful topic for me, exactly. Mostly I find it disappointing. Frustrating? Certainly awkward. Shifting in his seat, Baxter leaned on his elbow and angled his body towards you. Before I caused too much concern, they've never done anything to intentionally hurt me. My parents have always cared for my well-being. And I can't deny how much they've done for me. All the opportunities and advantages I had because they provided them. They gave me the best they knew how, and Baxter cut himself off, raising one hand and using the other to pinch the brow of his nose. He was thoroughly unimpressed with his own ramblings. This is not as nuanced as I might be making it sound. What a novelty it would be if I could speak favorably of my own family. Can you imagine? That is not the case, however. Dark brown eyes stared into yours, as serious and unmovable as they were whenever he demanded the listener to grasp the depth of the chasm between him and them. Is his parents dead or not? They're alive. They're alive. He didn't mention his parents dying. Don't worry, Elle. What I am trying to say is that my parents are, on the whole, good to me. And they do love me as their child, whom they raised for nearly 2 decades. Just as I still feel compelled to give them credit for the minimum, I'm certain they're telling their acquaintances endless excuses for why I'm so distant and unagreeable with them. They haven't given up on me in their own way. But all that does not make them good people. I can assure you that because they are not good people. I'm merely a rare exception to the unpleasantness. My parents are selfish. They're sheltered, even as adults. For example, you, Mori Motchi, are absolutely extraordinary in my eyes. The warmth in Baxter's voice when he described you burned into a bitter ash. But I doubt they would see it that way.
I swear.
Based on quite a colorful variety of factors. Baxter suddenly raised his voice and arms, almost knocking over his own cherished coffee. And their nonsense priorities and concerns are what my parents expected from me. Baxter quieted down again quick. He was in public, and you weren't the person he wanted to be shouting at anyway. After straightening out his jacket, Baxter crossed his legs under the table.
How wonderful.
How ironic that I can finally see the silver lining of my lifelong struggles thanks to them. If I never realized how poor my connections were, or if I never cared that my relationships were nothing more than associations based on conveniences, maybe I'd have been who they wanted. Regardless, I'm not their ideal son, and they're not my preferred company either, and I don't expect you to ever meet my family. That's honestly for the better. I get it. Baxter had barely mentioned his parents 5 years ago when they were closer. Still, it wasn't nothing. He'd given small crumbs of insight into the dynamic when you knew him before, and that had bothered you ever since. When you were teens, Baxter laughed off every concerning line about his family. Knowing how the story ended changed the way you saw those early chapters. do you remember when we talked about how we got along with our families before? You didn't want to dig any further though. Do we pry? Chat, do we pry? We're gonna be nosy. Do we want the backstory? I'm nosy. Of course you are. We are nosy? Okay, we're going to be nosy. Do you remember when we talked about how we got along with our families before? Hmm? You'd taken him by surprise this time. He raised a brow. Back when we went to that hotel, you asked about my family, and I asked about yours. You said something about how there were problems, and they'd really be problems if your parents weren't your parents. Yes. I think I did say something along those lines. It was so silly back then. Imagining myself as not their son and not someone they loved seemed meaningless at the time. They did love me, and that's what mattered. Of course, it's not always enough, is it? If I wasn't theirs, either through birth or adoption, if I was someone else's son, they would hate me. I know I'm foolish on many accounts. It took me a long time to realize that them being hypocritical shouldn't reassure me the way it did. Baxter Ward could have as many shortcomings or problems as he did, and it'd be fine because it was different in that case. There were reasons, can't you see? But they couldn't see that other people deserve that same kind of understanding, and that some things weren't problems in the first place. Mr. and Mrs. Ward were not people you needed to build up a rapport with. That was more than certain. No kid should have parents who make them miserable. You deserve a better mom and dad. I hate your parents. Do you care if I say that? Sorry. I'm sorry, Baxter. You had to go through that. Don't be. It isn't your fault.
Maybe.
Who knows? Maybe one day I'll cobble together a family of sorts of my own. Ang lalagyan? Below? I don't know. Nasaan na mesa? Sa mesa? Nasa mesa yata. Hindi ko alam. Oo, wala. Oh, sorry for that, chat. I was being asked something. But yeah. Who knows? Maybe one day I'll cobble together a family of sorts of my own. I've stopped running away whenever I got close to another person. That's the first step. All we heard were mumbles. Really? Truly? I forgot to mute, so hopefully. It wasn't anything, any kind of weird information anyway. They were just asking where something went. Hello, A4! Hi! I just didn't understand. I was speaking in Tagalog. Don't worry, you don't need to concern yourself with what I say. They were just... Ultimately, we were just looking for the coaster for my drink. Ow! Why was there a counterbunk? Okay. What do we say to him? What do we do? You put a hand on his shoulder. You place your hand over his. You wrapped an arm around him. I'm here for you. What do we say? To reassure him. All? We can't pick all. Come on. We can only do one. Why can't we do all? I'm here for you. That feels like a little on the nose, though. Like, I wonder. Just as he was talking about, putting together a family of his own, we're saying, I'm here for you? Hand on where? Hand on his shoulder? Hand on his, over his? It's the most romantic. Hand over his? Sure, that's actually really subtle, so we can do that. Right when you brushed against his skin, he flipped his palm up in order to hold on to you in return. Hand over his. You gripped him like he would fall off a cliff as if you... You gripped him like he would fall off a cliff if you ever let go. Every fiber of your being was working towards a single goal, conveying to Baxter that you were there, and you would be as long as he wanted you to be. Baxter whispered gently, and you knew the sentiment got through.
That's sweet.
You're very kind. Though, rest assured I'm not as heartbroken over my lack of familiar bonds as you would be if you became estranged with yours. There wasn't much to lose. While I could wish it was different, it never has been. I'd only be theorizing about pointless what-ifs. And with the circumstances I have, I'm not interacting with my parents remains preferable over the stress that came with having them around.
Honestly,
I'm happier with the way my life is right now than I have been. I'm happier with the way my life is right now than I have been at any other time. I can stand on my own 2 feet. I understand myself better. I have friends. So, I would hope you can be glad for how far I've come rather than sad that there were hurdles to overcome. Managing a smile, you gave him an answer from the heart. If you're happy, I'm happy. You've done a good job, Baxter. Why, thank you. For a moment, you connected with one another, genuinely, sincerely, and wholly. That was until his ever-familiar Cheshire Cat grin took center stage.
so
And at the very least, I can be grateful that I don't distinctly feel my eyeballs inside my head. Despite yourself, you laughed. That was a completely unexpected reference. Baxter used the opening to continue reminiscing about what happened the day he'd invited you out for drinks so long ago. I'm eating chips that is from a cup. By cup, I mean the cup where you drink drinks. Yeah, I sometimes do that too. I pour my snacks in a cup and eat from eat from that as my tableware. It was intentional. He didn't want to linger on the heavy topic of his family, but it wasn't forced. Baxter didn't have to pretend he was doing well. It was true. He could carry on with his head held high, and you get to be there from then on. It was something to be glad about. Soon, the time to move forward did arrive, and there were other adventures to be had. You and Baxter hopped into his car again, and the cafe disappeared behind you. The tiny tourist town came into view as the sun began to set. Baxter's car came to a stop along the side of the street. It was the same spot he used to have when he was a tourist. It already felt good to be back. You were energized, downright perky. Things had finally come full circle. You climbed out and strolled down the road to your childhood home. Oh man, I'm hit with nostalgia. Now, Mori, Baxter spoke haltingly.
are you sure?
Are you positive this isn't going to be an unwelcome intrusion? I'm not saying this because I'd prefer to hide from my past. I'm done with that. But I think we should give your parents space if they need it. It's not, I promise. Sorry, Baxter, it's too late to back out now. Should be fine. They'll probably get protective, but it's normal. You nodded, surely. Alright. You guys pick what we're going to say to him and then decide. I need to tie my curtain because it's fluttering in the wind. Where's the tie? Okay. There, hi, I'm back. I had to tie up my curtain because it was blowing everywhere, and it's at the risk of toppling over my drink, so I didn't want that. Too late to back out? Alright. Sorry, Baxter. It's too late to back out now.
Very well.
Very low. If the curtains flutter that much, no wonder there's so much dust. True. It's very windy in my area. And we like to keep the windows open so dust will enter my room. And I will sneeze a lot. And maybe scratch my nose eventually. Within this stream, there will be nose scratching. He'd accepted his fate. This already hadn't been his week. Avoiding embarrassment-wise, what was one more egg on the face? When you reached the door, you rang the obscured bell. After only a minute, it flew open. There was your ma, sporting her new shorter haircut and beaming with expectation. She wasn't disappointed by what she saw. It's Ma! Pam! Mori's here! She shouted the announcement down the side hall before speaking to you face to face. Hello, please come in. You were ushered inside just like that. Ma kicked the door shut behind you all with the back of her heel as Mom ambled along into the entryway.
Hello.
We've got a real party today. Mom was looking chipper with the retired English professor outfit she had on. Hug your mom. 4 arms wrapped around you in response. You squished together in a Motchi family love fest. You were never old enough for them to stop fawning over you. Hi, moms. Missed you. I'm so happy to see you. Yep, I'm back. It's been a month since we last saw them, so how do we greet them this time? Hi, moms. Hi, moms. Yep, I'm back. So happy to see you. Hi, moms.
Thanks.
Hi there, kiddo. Thanks for taking the time to swing by. Yes, welcome home, sweetie. And hello to you, too. Ma pointed her face directly towards Baxter, and he got the full force of her cheer. It's a surprise Mori found someone they wanted to bring home. I imagine they'd spend the time with the usual faces. It's such a short trip.
That's fantastic.
But it's not a bad thing. It's lovely they're meeting new friends. My name is Noelani. And I'm Pam. And I'm Pamela. Nice to meet you. An awkward chuckle came from Baxter. They didn't recognize him. Sure, he'd lost his iconic sense of style, but there were plenty of recognizable Baxterisms left. We have, in fact, met before, Mori and I, as well as myself and both of you. My name is Baxter Ward. I visited Sunset Bird 5 years ago as a tourist. I stayed in a rental on this very street. Your mom's familiar, welcoming grins flattened right out. Their joy evaporated like an ice cube left in the parking lot during the height of a California summer. Oh, I see you remember me. No, no. The boy who broke their child's heart. No! Baxter ran a finger along the inside edge of his collar, leaving it hooked in at the center. Despite his bold claim from before that he wasn't intending to hide, Baxter unconsciously lingered farther away from your moms than you did. It positioned you as a block between him and them. So, hiding, basically. And it was so sad, but also extremely cute. He was hiding. Hiding from our moms? No, they don't bite. However, Baxter didn't run or fight in the midst of this crisis. He embraced it.
Understandable.
I'm certain I must have come across as uncaring and unreliable at that time. But I assure you I'm relatively less immature than I used to be. Not the most flattering character assessment, but an honest one. To say your mothers weren't impressed would be an understatement. Their stony expressions didn't so much as twitch. Ah! Please don't make him feel bad. He's been through enough. Oh no. We're going to mess with him. I forgave him for what happened. Did we? Did we really? He means it, moms. Felt good between us. Is it all good? I mean, it is. No, it's not all good between us. Are we still the bitter ex? God damn. This was already going south. You gave Baxter's arm a supportive pat. What do we do with this one? This is the first time I've ever encountered this scenario, because every time I played Baxter's DLC and then we get to the part of that summer where he breaks up with us, we always I always have my character accept it and take it well. But this time we had the character get heartbroken by the breakup. So this is new territory for me. How are we going to navigate this? I'm still butthurt. Well, there's not an option here for that. Do we just pat him or do we sigh? I wonder. Let's just give him a supportive pat. Thank you, Mori. You have every right to be wary of me being here with your child again, and you can take as long as you need to come to terms with it. It sure was difficult to remain mad at someone so earnest you couldn't manage it. Slowly, life returned to the two statues that had been erected in front of you. Well? Your gracious ma elected to change the subject there. How about we catch up? We've missed quite a lot for both of you. Yeah, you should tell them about yourself, Baxter.
Certainly.
To start, I'll say that I work as a wedding planner mainly. I also plan events for certain non-profit organizations when I can. Though that's at such a low rate, it's nearly pro bono. Nothing I could make a living out of. Huh. That was news to all of you. You'd never mentioned doing anything outside of weddings. Baxter crossed his arms protectively and pointedly looked away from you. This was one matter even he was shy about. If it wasn't an actual part of his career, it was volunteer work. Perhaps he didn't like to brag. That's nice. Your meddlesome parents homed in on Baxter like mother hens introduced to a brand new chick.
Huh.
Interesting. I wouldn't have pegged you as a love guru. If you knew him 5 years ago, yeah, that would be the assumption. Oh, I'm not. Even so, wedding planning is such a lovely career. How did that happen? It suited me in many ways. Truthfully, it was planning a wedding that caused Mori and I to meet again. Ma shot a finger towards Baxter and gasped.
Fun.
You were working on Jude and Scott's wedding. That's correct. It was the gig of a lifetime. Oh darn it, I just realized. If he does other kinds of events, he could have planned a whole party for a wedding anniversary a few weeks ago. Mom and Ma were having bustles of fun by then. Baxter playfully batted their jokes and teases.
That's wonderful.
Happy belated anniversary. There's always next year. After all, I'm going to be around. For a moment, he glanced at you, a knowing curve in his smile. Oh, there are no deadlines anymore. Damn. And it was that look, the way he was when he saw you, that really sold Baxter for your moms. Oh, and I should mention, Mori's staying at my apartment. I can give you the address. That revelation had your parents newly surprised. Just when they'd relaxed, Baxter Ward managed to knock them off their balance again.
What?
What? Isn't that better than being alone? Isn't that better than being all alone in Jude and Scott's house? Baxter's letting me crash with him instead. The pair of wives focused on each other, doing their mom thing when they came to a decision without having to talk about it out loud. Ultimately, they smiled gently over the both of you. That made you smile. They're adults. You don't need to worry about them. They'll approach you if they need help. So you deal with that when the time comes. You can warn them all you want, give them the preventative measures to stop any further heartbreak, but it's ultimately up to their choices and the consequences of those actions that you gotta deal with. You never doubted that your parents could find it in their hearts to accept how Mr. Ward unexpectedly waltzed into your life once more. They trusted your judgment. Plus, from their real grown-up perspective, Baxter was practically still a baby back when his solution to problems was avoiding them. True. Baxter at 19, avoiding facing the consequences of breaking up with the summertime lover. They didn't have reservations on getting to know him again, and you got right to that. Both you and Baxter worked together to recount your wedding planning adventures. Going over the entire story nicely illustrated the absolute week you had, and it wasn't even 7 days. Mom and Ma went on an emotional roller coaster, visibly distraught when you described how cold Baxter was originally, and cheering when he explained the moment you officially reconnected, as if they hadn't already known how it ended. You got to hear what they'd been up to lately as well. It was same old for them, which was exactly how they liked it. But much too soon, the day was over, and you needed to start the trip back to the city. Your mom simply appreciated that you stopped by at all and wished you a safe drive home. They promised to tell Mr. Holden you said hi when they saw him next. Baxter and you said goodbye, then headed off. Neither of you had eaten since the cafe, so you found a place for dinner in the area rather than going all the way back to the city. When you were done with yet another stop and back in the car, it was well into the night. You'd been away from home for at least 12 hours. One might have thought after frantically finishing a wedding, the day after that would be comparably less jam-packed. Nope. It had been your 5th or 6th subsequent day of squeezing every last minute of the day for all it was worth. You couldn't keep track anymore of how long you'd been tossed about by this whirlwind of activity. Your amicable companion in the flurry didn't bat an eye at the pace. In fact, it hadn't budged a hair out of place on his perfectly styled head. The darkness of the world and the lateness of the hour meant Mr. Ward had reached his height of energy. Yes, this guy is a night owl. This is his time. No, I'm exhausted. Can we go back home? It was under those circumstances when Baxter offered up a new proposition.
Does that sound alright?
Mori, what would you say about going dancing with me? Huh? He elaborated. I spent the whole of the wedding working, if you recall. Even though we stole a little time after the event had finished, that was hardly comparable to having a night out together. Especially when you consider the, circumstances that lingered between us then. And we can't forget that you'll be leaving soon. And I'll have to start new client work shortly. So why not take advantage of the moment we have together now? Here you had been thinking you'd already made the most of the day. Apparently, Baxter considered... Woo! I got surprised! Oh my god! Why are you here? Yumi! Yumi! I accidentally touched my dog with my she was She was laying on the floor next to my feet and accidentally touched her and she flinched. I'm so sorry. Dog jump scare. Yumi! Hold on. I need to move her. This is a dangerous spot for her. Hello? You kicked your dog? I did not kick my dog! I did not kick her! I did not kick my dog! She likes to lay down next to me. Next to my chair, actually. On when I'm like sitting here at the computer, but like I use a wheelchair, a wheeled office chair, so like I could potentially roll over something, and that's dangerous. She's not supposed to be here. So I moved her, so don't worry. She's out of the way now. Mori uses a wheelchair. I mean, this chair has wheels. This isn't a disability wheelchair. This is an office chair, okay, guys? You heard it here, folks. You heard it here first. Well, to be honest, I don't have legs, so I don't have legs, so that makes sense. That kind of makes sense. Oh my god. Mori, do you do wheelchair tricks like a kickflip or an ollie? Oh man, I wish I could do a sick ollie off the ramps. But no. Someone's gonna draw that one day. No! Don't do it! Alright, back to the game. Hold on. Oh, I had a sneeze oncoming. But it's gone now. Oh, I wanted to sneeze. Here you had been thinking you'd already made the most of the day. Apparently, Baxter considered your gallivanting around to towns to be just a lead-up to a yet-to-come grand finale. I get that, but where could we go without signing up for it ahead of time? And actually, would something even be open this late anyway? Nighttime dance clubs in SoCal aren't exactly known for their formal ballroom dancing. That gaping hole in the master plan couldn't fluster Baxter as expected. I know a place. Truly, the events planner works wonders. Hold on. My headphones are low battery, so I have to plug it in. Hold on. I need to turn it into a PC mode. Okay, there. That work? That working? Okay. I thought that said bathroom dancing. Do you ever dance in the bathroom? Do you ever dance in the bathroom? Comment toilet emoji in chat if you dance in the bathroom. Oh man. When you mentioned bathroom dancing, I remember the one scene from Adventure Time where Baby Finn was singing and dancing in front of the mirror in the bathroom. Punch all your guns! I'ma punch all your guns! I'm a buff baby. I'ma punch all your guns! If you're an evil witch. I dance in the bathroom. Ayo! Bathroom dancers, rise up! Now, it won't be as attractive of a location as the Adams Affair, however. It's entirely functional for our purposes. To add to the effect, we could visit the apartment and change it to something more appropriate. It's a shame I haven't gotten a single chance to wear a true suit yet. This standard, everyday look does not count. Been loving the Adventure Time spin-off? Oh, the Fiona and Cake one? I haven't watched it yet. I haven't even finished the Adventure Time original series. Oh my lord. I don't know how far into the show I have been since I last watched it, but I really need to finish Adventure Time, the OG series. I was obsessed with it back when I was a kid. Like, holy moly, did you see the drama about Flame Princess? I was on that shit, man. That was when my shipper brain was awakened. Finn and Flame Princess kissed on screen? Oh my god! They premiered the movie on Cartoon Network years ago. There's a movie? Oh my god, I'm so behind. Of course, your shipper brain. Hey man, come on. Can't I enjoy my ships even a little? Who's your favorite character, Mori? Jake the dog. Jake the dog and Bimo. Hello, Celeste. Hi. We went off on a tangent about Adventure Time after someone talked about bathroom dancing, and I remembered Buff Baby Finn. Best ship definitely is Marceline and Phoebe. Yeah, true and real. All right, to anyone just joining in, We are back to the game streamer. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a little recap for the newcomers. We just finished visiting our moms, and we are on the car ride home back to Baxter's place. That's where we're at right now. And then Baxter is currently inviting us to do ballroom dancing somewhere. He has a plan on where we could do that, but he's suggesting to go back to the apartment to change into proper attire so that we could go ball dancing. The car stopped at a red light, and Baxter made the most of that opportunity as well, turning his head to face you directly. His expression was hopeful. That would be nice. About time I could try. Alright, but only for you, Baxter. You give a shrug. Why not? You nodded immediately. How are we going to agree to his proposition? I could try. About time. That would be nice. Option 4? Alright, but about time? I thought you were still salty about Baxter, Nil. I thought... Didn't you say you were still butthurt? What are you saying about time? Manipulate him. I fold easily. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, but only for you, Baxter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mori. He chirped sweetly. But when his eyes went back to the road, he was smirking deviously. Baxter channeled his growing energy into it. No! Wait, I didn't screenshot it! No! No! It's gone forever! This is the downside to pinning chat messages instead of screenshotting it. Oh my god. People can just delete their messages. Oh well. It's in the VOD. So I can just take a screenshot of the chat that appeared in the VOD, so... This is why you're about... God damn it. Baxter channeled his growing energy into a taut grip on the wheel. Finally, I have a friend I can dance with whenever we wish to. The light turned green and he hit the gas. Your back pressed into the seat with a rapid change in momentum. There would be no rest for the wicked. He's so excited. He's so excited about dancing. It all made you snicker. His enthusiasm never failed to delight. You arrived at the apartment building, went straight up to Baxter's floor and through the front door of his place. Without needing to reiterate the latest scheme, you and Baxter split off into your respective rooms to get fancy. As if anyone would take the time to do that, Mori will out of pure spite. I review my VODs, by the way, Nil. I scrubbed through them to look for clips. So I can do that. I have recordings. I can do that. I have the power to. This is like actually the recordings are entirely the reason why I have so little space left in my in my storage, in my SSD. Stinky spiteful bum. That's three describing words for me that are all negative. Can you guys give me any kind of positive descriptors? Please! Please, positive descriptors next time. Come on. You can't all just be roasting me constantly. Ow. Alright. How do we dress? A bit nicer than your norm formally. Your resume is terrible. Tell me how you guys want to get dressed. Come on. Are we dressing? I don't want to dress glamorously. You can do either one. I'm not gonna dignify you with a response. Glamorously, I don't want to dress Oh my god. When I specifically said I don't want to. Oh my god. Oh my god. 3. Okay. I am but a slave to chat. I follow every whim. The chance to wear this special outfit didn't happen often, but you always packed it in case something unexpected materialized. Ignoring my comment is ignoring the truth. And you were eager to find or create a fitting reason when the situation allowed for it. The wedding would have been inappropriate since it was Jude and Scott's time to shine. Oh, are we going over the top with this one? Hold on. We need to say, if Baxter makes a comment, I don't. Death by glamour. Oh my god. We're pulling a marathon? Okay, sure. I can digest that much better. I can accept that. I can accept that more easily if you say it that way. I love Metaton. If we're going to be dressing up as glamorously as Metaton, okay, sure. I can tolerate it. But thanks to your preparation, you were ready to dazzle. Digging hastily, you found what you needed in your suitcase and shook out any wrinkles that might have been hiding there. It was ready to go. When you were dressed, you found Baxter already waiting in the living room. He lifted his head and a thin smile pulled across his face. Of course, he would know how to put on a suit in a flash. Baxter was dolled up in a sleek and stylish brown suit that highlighted his eyes rather than trying to distract from them. And tonight, they looked clearer than ever. It matches his eyes. Wow. Stunned speechless for a minute, Baxter admired the sight with a grin. Then came the praise.
Bravo!
What was that? I didn't hear.
Bravo!
Oh. Mori, I must admit that I'm equally impressed and surprised. I had no idea you even had an outfit of that caliber on hand. Well, I learned from the best. Wait. I didn't expect that line to be it. What the hell? I was just saying. I learned from the best. Remember that last time 5 years ago? When you brought in a whole suit and tie on your tourist trip? That managed to surprise him yet again, so you added a teasing nudge with your elbow. Baxter shook his head, but he struggled to contain his amusement. Are you secretly judging me right now? Because who are you to judge another person for bringing fancy clothes they might not need on a vacation?
Never.
I would never. Criticize me or pack like there might be a surprise red carpet event at the beach? Baxter dropped his face into his palms and laughed at your remarks. Slowly, he rolled his head to the side and peeked at you. He rolled his head to the side and peeked at you. Okay, To the unimaginative, that is a very cute gesture right now. If I could draw it, I would show it to you guys. Hold on. Hold on. Let me pull up. Let me pull up. Come on. We need to. Impromptu. Catboy Baxter returns. Let me see if I can, like, do a quick draw. Actually, let's move this to my... Ah! No! Why is it head empty, Mori? Let's hide that. Hello. There. He dropped his face into his palms and laughed. Hello, alien! Hi, welcome in. I'm going to be drawing a really quickly one of the lines in the visual novel because it's making it's a very cute line. Now it's a drawing stream. It's a really quick drawing stream. Did the BGM switch too? I have the BGM running right now. A different BGM from the games. The stream upgraded, got it. Quick draw, quick draw. And then this one is actually the thing that's like, oh, I love your model. Thank you so much. I made it myself. The only positive comment about L'Oreal stream. You guys hate me. You guys hate me. This is my first time coming across your channel. Really? Welcome! I like to draw, but right now I'm doing... I'm playing a story game. I also love story games, but also I draw. What an introduction, hi! I'm just doing a really quick draw and then we're going back to the game. I just need you guys to visualize it the way I am. There. That's it. That's what I'm thinking. Hi Mori, just checking in. Already done with the DLC? No, we're not. I was so compelled to drawing this out that I had to pull up and pull out my drawing program just to draw it. There it is. Really, really quick. What should I add to my doggo mask? Stars or freckles? I'd say stars. I love stars. The bonks are quiet? Are they? Oh no. Now draw Cloud Mint and every OC you've ever drawn in the same pose. Oh, okay, wow. Wow, Nil, wow. Nil casually having the best idea all stream. Oh my god. Alright, I'm saving this. Saving this to desktop. And then we're going back. Going back to the game. That's a tangent if I ever had one. I need it. If you need it, you gotta pay for it. Come on, man. Pay for it. Exchange. I need equivalent exchange. You need to draw Cloud Mint for me, Nil, before I can give you what you want. All right, draw some Cloud Mint for me, and then I can entertain your request. No, I'm not asking people to commission me. I'm asking for people to draw fan art of my OCs. So I can give them food. So I can give Cloud Mint crumbs. I want people to draw fan art first. Come on, equivalent exchange. Mori just as desperate for Cloud Mint as us. The source material and I'm lacking food. Come on, man. What is bro even playing right now? I am playing Our Life, Beginnings and Always. What's it? Is it? Wait, I forgot the game name. It's the Our Life series, and this is the Baxter DLC. Hi, Crazy Chimkin. Hi. I got you. I can make art. Hey yo. For the OCs that I'm talking about, please use !comics in chat to get a link to the webtoon. And those are my characters. That is the webcomic I am working on right now. And the characters featured there are my characters. Yes, those are the ones that I want fan art of. Not me. Don't draw me. Draw Cloud and Mint and maybe Maple and maybe Rayleigh as well. Come on, guys. Come on, give me food too. Don't feel pressured to make one right away, by the way. Take your time, please. I will wait patiently. Mori made the characters, but they're ours. Oh, okay. Our wife. Alright. Okay, back to the game. Both, and you're stunning. You're also dressed excellently. Are we just going to go past the thing where he said we're stunning? Criticize me? You would never criticize me? You would never pack like there might be a surprise red carpet or even at the beach? Both, and you're stunning. I gotta go now. Bye, Mori. Bye, chat. Alright, Elle. Thanks for hanging out. I didn't expect a brown suit for you, but not in a bad way. Your suit is cool. Wow, we're being shy? Sure. You beamed at him. Looking him up and down, you applauded. He knocked it out of the park. You're also dressed excellently. And in an instant, Baxter held himself with even more confidence. He smoothed the front of his jacket. Thank you, Mori. He idly adjusted the cuffs of his suit jacket. Your eyes followed that movement. I've been told the set is an attention grabber. Automatically glanced up and caught the gentle curve of his smile.
So?
Shall we go? Time to paint the town red. I can certainly work with that plan. On that note, the two of you left the apartment behind and gallivanted off into the city. It was exhilarating to run off with little warning to who knew where with Baxter Ward by your side. You felt all of 18 years old again. You felt all of 18 years old again, and you had no idea until just now how deeply you missed this. The engine cut off and Baxter's latest mystery location was unidentifiable. Closing the car door, all you could see was a small, empty lot and a few street lamps keeping it lit. This lot sat behind a huge building, but from this spot you had no way of knowing what the inside could be. The back was entirely non-distinct, just an imposing white wall. Here we are? Yes, there's a door ahead. Baxter led you away from the car and towards the back door you had missed entirely in the shadows. He opened it with little effort and slipped inside. Perplexed, you stood there and stared into the dark void Baxter disappeared into.
Come on.
Right this way. You could see his arm in the doorway and Baxter motioned for you to follow. You had anticipated being surprised by where he was taking you, but this was way more unusual than his usual fare. Following inside, you struggled to see anything without the tiny rays of light filtering through the doorway. Baxter still found your hand and began leading you forward. You took our hand? No explanations were offered. Instead, Baxter acted under the assumption that you'd blindly come with him. And he was right. Baxter went ahead with confident steps. You trusted him enough to believe it wasn't a mistake. Whether the two of you were, wherever the two of you were, he at least knew the pitch-black hallway. He found precisely where to reach to open another door. In the new black void, you caught a faint echo of your footsteps stopping by his side. Next to you, the door felt like glass under your fingertips. Baxter lightly squeezed you, and then he let go. If you change the BGM, this scene becomes really creepy. True. Wait here, please. I'll get the lights. There was nothing else to do. Listening closely, you could hear Baxter's steps bounce around the presumed open space as he strolled ahead. He moved further and further away until you heard the loud click of multiple switches being flipped. Several rows of lights zapped on in succession. Where are we? Where are we? The lights flashed to their full brightness and blinded you. Shielding your face, you were aware of Baxter moving in your direction.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I should have warned you. Are you alright? Oh, we just got flashbanged! We just got flashbanged, chat! Are you alright? Squinting, your blurry sight gradually adjusted. You finally got an idea of where you were. A big, nearly empty room with a shiny tiled floor. It was strange. Something was familiar about the picture. Almost like you'd seen this room before. That was it! You had seen it before. Specifically in the photos Scott and Jude sent before their wedding. This must have been where they practiced with Baxter. Is this your work building? Correct. Baxter revealed the ring of keys hooked around his finger and spun it, his expression impish. If we're being technical, we're long closed for the day. However, I happen to have keys. We're gonna be arrested for breaking and entering? Are you kidding me? You were shocked. Baxter, you can't do that. Wow. You had no idea what to say. Are we gonna be arrested for breaking and entering? No, not at all. I'm allowed to visit at any time, even when customers are not.
Of course.
What if I need to access a file in the office? Weddings, as you know, are a juggling act of many moving pieces. The difficulty would only increase if the work fell exclusively within a window of set hours. Yeah. A single wedding was chaotic enough, but planning them as a career could easily be more than a full-time job. He'd have to ready to tackle needs and demands whenever they hit. Exactly. The higher powers that be understand we do what we must. I can come and go from the building as I please.
Honestly.
Though, bringing a friend here is not entirely an expected reason for coming. Personally, I'd say this still counts as job adjacent. You're helping me maintain my professional dancing form. The owners are highly understanding.
See?
And excuses are only necessary if we're caught, which might not even happen. Mischief twinkled in his eyes. He seemed so certain in his abilities that you had to believe Baxter would never be taken to task for the stunt. There was no way you could have predicted the situation if you tried. Baxter Ward was an enigma. Mom and Liz were right to threaten to call the cops. You're a criminal.
Maybe.
Only in a certain light. One moment, please. Holding up a single digit, Baxter politely dipped his head and went to the counter by the far wall. He was messing with something there, but you couldn't tell what while you walked to the center of the room. Soon you'd have a dance together. Soon you and him could share the floor for your own dancing. You didn't want to dance yourself. Baxter could demonstrate the steps. We're dancing together, good lord! Are we going to disappoint Baxter with not dancing with him? No, we're dancing with him. Already lost in thought and imagining a song, you tapped your foot and then spun on your toes. A few snickers bubbled up from the silliness. How well do we dance, Chad? How good are we at dancing? How good are we at dancing? Your abilities had only improved since last time. It had been a while, but you remained decent. Unfortunately, you kind of forgotten how to dance. How good are we at dancing, Chad? I'll leave it up to you guys. Come on. Hold on, I'm just checking something. Okay. Everything seems to be in order, but Would you like to impress Baxter? Okay, sure. Let's impress Baxter. No. We haven't danced in a while. But we remained decent. Nothing needed to be impressive, and you had more than enough faith in yourself to do. Okay. Music began playing, and Baxter promptly returned to the center of the room. He hummed along with the melody. Baxter placed a hand across his heart.
You know,
As you know, I enjoy a nice waltz around the room. However, I'm not a one-trick pony, and I'm not selfish enough to only want to stick with my expertise. Is there any particular style you prefer? I could teach you anything you have in mind to the best of my ability, or vice versa if you know better. I'm open to experimentation. Let's do a waltz. Sure. I'd love to have a waltz. Baxter's face brightened gloriously.
gladly.
I'd love nothing more. With that, Baxter showed you a remote you'd never seen before. The question bounced on the tip of your tongue, but your gaze trailed towards the back of the room, and the answer struck. It was obvious once you realized the sound system was hidden behind the counter, and he must have grabbed the remote while he was there. Baxter swapped through the music tracks until he found something that was sufficiently waltz-esque. Then he slipped the remote into his jacket pocket. Oh! We're holding hands. Like a proper gentleman, Baxter extended his hand to you, and you gladly took it. Baxter gradually tightened his grip. He was searching for a sign that you were ready to begin. You answered him with a happy nod, and he pulled you up to his chest. You knew enough to tell how it was entirely unnecessary to begin with your bodies brushing against each other. Wait. It was unnecessary to begin with your bodies brushing against each other. Oh, he's trying to be cheeky, huh? But you also knew that you wouldn't want anything different. The waltz was smooth and romantic, as if the dancers were floating air. It wasn't hard to understand why Baxter loved it so much. He moved elegantly and brought you along every step of the way. Since there was only the two of you, the room size worked beautifully. A waltz, as a traveling dance, required space in order to be performed comfortably. You put on an unforgettable showcase. A toe-stepping, silly mess of a dance, yet Baxter didn't appear to mind one bit. While you lacked Baxter's natural command and elegance, he still danced with you as if this night was his greatest privilege. Then the music shifted. The conclusion of the current song was on the horizon, and you just knew this was gonna be the conclusion. Alright, let me take a drink. Oh. Oh. Do we dip? Are we dipping or are we spinning? No. As the song came to an end, you both came together. The crescendo of the song, we stopped face to face. It was as if the melody was pushing you towards one another. You moved closer, and so did you. For the final notes, you were standing mere inches apart. Your eyes stayed locked on one another. Your breathing was heavy. The music's end left you both suspended in silence. Should I sleep? It's 2:30 a.m. Go to sleep! Oh my gosh! Why are you awake? Alien! Go read my comic to get you as a bedtime story. Read my comic as a bedtime story so you can go to sleep faster. Yeah, yippee, yeah. I am. Oh, thank you for reading. But yeah, I would suggest you go to sleep if you're feeling sleepy. No need to stay up for my streams. The VODs are always up whenever I finish them, so you guys can catch up whenever you can. You hope that you would have the chance to witness Baxter this happy again in a million times more. You're so wonderful. That was fun. You've still got it. Thanks for the dance, my good sir. Try to catch your breath. We are not saying anything. We're exhausted. Tiredly, you wiped your forehead. Now that you weren't whirling, you began to feel the exhaustion sink in.
Bravo!
You danced beautifully, Mori. You knew it was time to let go of Baxter, but you really didn't want to. And he also struggled with the same dilemma. It didn't help that the room felt strangely different now that the music was off. There was so much calm after a storm, even if it was the good kind of storm. Sliding backwards, Baxter made sure there was enough room and then gave you a grand bow. He stared up at you from between the strands of his bangs before standing straight again. Might I get you a drink after so much exertion? From where? There's a water cooler right at the back. He didn't even need to check. Baxter nudged his head towards something past his shoulder. Leaning, you peeked past him and spotted it instantly. True. Oh. Yeah, water would be great. His lips pressed into a sweet smile, and then Baxter turned on his heels.
I can do that.
2 waters coming up. Baxter sauntered to the water cooler and fetched you both something to drink. A minute later, he passed you a cup full of water. He tilted his head back to swallow a large sip. He brought the cup down again, and he combed his swoop of bangs to the side with his other hand. Now, we could continue standing here, but there's somewhere better we could rest our feet. Would you care to follow me? At this point, I'm up for anything. Bring it on.
Lovely.
Lovely. Oh, wonderful. Baxter casually dropped the remote off at the counter and shut down the music system completely. Leaning against the glass door, you waited for him to finish. Do not lean against the glass door! Oh my god! Do not lean on the glass! Oh my lord! MC! What are you doing? Then you left that room behind and traveled down a different hallway. Now that Baxter wasn't maintaining a mystery, he switched on several lights along the way. It was almost comical how the two of you were tiptoeing through the closed business. Glancing at a clock, it was already pretty late. But at this point, you doubted that anyone was going to discover this mischief. Oh! We're at his office! Taking your drinks for the trip, Baxter brought you to a much more familiar spot. He swung the door open with extra confidence. Welcome back to my office, Mori. Make yourself at home. Walking into the center of the room, you did a spin to inspect everything in sight. Pivoting, you then turned towards Baxter. You know, I thought I'd never see this place again. That's understandable. It was touch and go for a while, wasn't it? Baxter flicked a hand as he walked and talked. He went straight for the couch and settled down on it. He immediately got comfortable by stretching his legs and slinging his arm along the back. The whole time, his gaze rested on you. Oh. You sat next to him, you sat on the other end of the couch. You sat on his office chair, you remained standing. Do we sit next to him? Chad, do we sit next to him? He sat on the couch. You sat next to him. Alright, let's sit next to him. Lowering into the cushion, you felt Baxter's arm around your head. While you hadn't thought that action through, he didn't seem to be bothered by it. Wait. Lowering into the cushion, you felt Baxter's arm under your head. While you hadn't thought that action through, he didn't seem to be bothered by it. So you didn't move away. Baxter cozied closer to your side. Baxter cozied closer to your side, and he hummed happily as he did it too. The re-establishment of warmth between the two of you gave you goosebumps. I never get to do this. Relaxing even further, Baxter idly ran his free hand along the purple fabric. How strange, being on this side of the room. Yeah. So, you volunteer? If you got married, do you think you would plan it for yourself or hire a different planner? If you could design your own ideal wedding, what would be the theme? I'd been wondering, did you design this office? Office first. Did you design this office?
No.
No, almost everything was done by the higher-ups. They have their own sources of furniture. I'm not allowed to move out pieces or put in new ones. Or at least for the large ones. I was granted a little wiggle room to express my own preferences. Baxter leaned in close, like the information was a heavily guarded secret. Smirking, you pointed with your thumb. Let me guess, it's the rug. I had the privilege to choose the couch color. Oh! The hand slung around the back of the couch patted the cushion. Baxter's lips twisted smugly.
Of course.
It served me quite well. Purple is lovely, isn't it? Uh-huh. Also, I did get permission to have a black and white rug. I knew it. Baxter cracked up at your explosion of a response. He tried to hide it by covering his mouth, but his shoulders shook too much to be anything other than laughter. Baxter plucked the cup he brought with him off the table and took another sip. Slowly, he lowered it and let out a wistful sigh. Thanks for indulging me tonight, Mori. This has been the most fun I've had in... I don't know how long.
To be honest,
I do know now that I want to dance again outside of work. For myself. I'm sorry for brushing you off about this topic before. In a way, I fell out of love with that passion. It became tedious and unsatisfying to do it with complete strangers, and I didn't have enough hours in a day to dedicate to a long-term competitive partner any longer. But perhaps I should have tried harder not to give it up entirely. Baxter leaned an elbow on the arm of the chair and rested his cheek against his knuckles. His mouth twitched. How embarrassing. Even my choice of hobby revolved around having a serious and understanding relationship with someone else. Oh, this is the designs of the writer. This irony is by design. The precise matter I've had a lifelong struggle to obtain. This is by design! Oh, if only you could know! I didn't think my 8-year-old self was trying to make a statement when he decided this activity was worth pursuing. But still, it's quite fitting, I miss being able to dance with you. You're a born dancer, Baxter. I'm happy to dance with you whenever I'm in the area. You should pursue hobbies even as an adult. I miss being able to dance with you. The harsh crease of his brow softened considerably. He held your gaze for a prolonged moment.
I missed you.
I missed it too. Baxter placed the paper cup on the table, and in no hurry to finish his drink. Then he shifted snugly into the cushions of the couch. He settled in for a nice long visit. The whole while he quietly watched you sit there at his side. Despite the apparent casualness of this trip to his office, Baxter's eyes were oddly intent. The reason why was opaque. He had secrets still. All mention of dancing and partners in Baxter's past drifted away. When he spoke again, he doubled back to the topic of his work. I've seen dozens of couples come and go into this room by now. Each time I felt disconnected from the experience they were going through, as much as I made an effort to relate. Parties and pressure and endless tiny details. Those are concepts I can grasp. But a major hitch remained. I never could imagine myself getting married. He admitted it apologetically with a small shrug. How unspeakable it must sound for a wedding planner to never want to be one How unspeakable it must sound for a wedding planner to never want one of his own. I do enjoy weddings as a concept, a lifetime of love and hope distilled into a single glorious event. They're an achievement in their own right, if you can get that far and actually pull it off.
But
However, for the couple it is, or at least it should be, only the beginning. Not so for me. A wedding is a dead end. It always has been. I assumed it always would be. The metaphorical passing has given a real moment of silence. What do you follow with that? Not even Baxter knew at first. I lose contact with my clients when the job is done. Of course, that won't be a shock to your seasoned ears. Some of those couples might carry the bliss of the wedding on with them for decades, and others might have their happiness vanish like smoke as soon as the day is over. Which one it comes to has been an eternal mystery to me. And you may find this difficult to believe, but that summer-long tryst we had was the most stable relationship I've been in. Oh, alright. that suitor for a season was your most stable relationship? God damn. You need to work on your relationships, bro. Of course, I wouldn't be able to understand the viewpoint of someone willing to commit themselves to another person for the rest of their life.
it's
It's what makes for a good planner. I can get invested just enough in the premise to truly create something special, but I'm not attached to the real relationship. And I'm not disappointed when it's over. It's been years since I was careless enough to be hurt by anything. Baxter visibly closed himself off from the world, shutting his eyes and crossing both his arms and legs. He sighed. I'd given up on trying for more than what I already had. Then I told others and myself that meant I was always content. But honestly, it made me bitter. I didn't become the person I wanted to be. I didn't achieve the kind of life I'd hoped for. My few victories were hollow, and I'm still sorry I took that out on you for the start of this. At the start of this. Nothing might have pained him, but that didn't make it easier for you. It was heartbreaking to hear the reality of what became of your old flame over the past 5 years. Old flame! One of Baxter's eyes opened a crack, and a thin grin unfurled across his face.
hey.
You want to know something absolutely embarrassing? Not exactly. You didn't want him to be ashamed or unhappy anymore, but he told you anyway. Maybe as an effort to undo the depressing words he shared a minute ago. Or maybe he genuinely made peace with that part of his past. Dude and Scott actually attempted to speak on me about our situation. What? When? It was during the final afternoon before their big day. The three of us had come here for dance lessons and gone to suit rental stores. But at one point, we took a break. The two sat me down then to have a friendly discussion. They were, I lie to you not, worried about me. They noticed I was sad. I was their wedding planner. It was literally my job to speak to them about their relationship. And instead, they were trying to offer advice for my own personal issues. Recollecting the scene, Baxter pinched his brows and squeezed the bridge of his nose. That wry smile of his didn't get puckered up. Every time I'm arrogant enough to believe I know what I'm doing and that I'm in control, I don't, and I'm not. Come on, you were doing pretty good in my opinion. That was good. It was progress. Whenever Baxter was willing to speak about himself, it meant a great deal. And it was a plea for something. It was... that was certain. There was only one problem. You continuously failed to grasp what? A plea for what? Baxter released his face to instead dismissively wave away the short story he'd brought up. Thank you. We don't need to recount the mortifying details of what they said. It was like a song that had begun to play, and Baxter danced to it on his own. Even if he wanted to join, only he knew the next step. That's not what matters here. He switched the focus. He switched the focus of this inexplicable chat yet again. Just watching him twirl to the silent rhythm made your head spin, particularly because of what it came to. It's you, actually. You're important to me, and they knew it. I'm grateful we met Mori, even though I ended what we had.
Never.
I was never sorry that I knew you. Rather, I felt privileged that my path led to where you were for a short time. Have I said that before? That specifically? I know I've given other kinds of compliments. Dropping an elbow on the armrest, Baxter leaned on his cheek against a fist like the definition of nonchalance. Bro is nonchalant. Nonchalant! Imagine being nonchalant. No, I'm full of whimsy and I care too much. Opening up, then pulling in, he couldn't settle on what he was comfortable with. The absurdity wasn't lost on the man himself. Baxter furnished a smirk. And I'm not making any sense, am I? Simply going on in circles without a point in sight. His voice softened when he looked at you. Really looked. When he didn't think so much. When he wasn't caught up in every little worry. All that remained was a gentle affection. My normal strength of forwardness is failing me. Yet I'm apparently incapable of coming up with a more nuanced approach either. What a shame. And still, I refuse to wait for another chance. Is it time? Is it time? Is it actually time now? Baxter had definitely made it to a point where he was muttering literally whatever came to mind whenever it did. No filters, no careful consideration, only stream of consciousness admissions. Though you'd started to suspect that could mean he was prepared to say more than he ever had before. It's that stubbornness rearing its head again. Is it? Are we about to? Hold on, I need a drink for this. I appreciate how patiently you've let me ramble. Today and over this entire trip, I've spent our entire time together dancing around the heart of the matter. If you'll humor me, I'd like to share with you one more truth about myself. You'll only need to listen for a little longer. Is it? Is it? He shifted his whole body over to face you completely, curled one leg on the cushion, and then let the other fall to the floor. Baxter paused inches apart from you. Then he leaned closer. The act filled the enclosed space with an unexpected tension. Sure, after the wedding, Baxter had stopped being insistently reserved around you. And yes, you had physically been even closer only a few minutes ago when you danced. But that was still different. And wait, had it been a few minutes? You suddenly found it difficult to remember how long you'd been alone in that room together. All that could capture your attention was Baxter's pretty face and the way he was captivated by you too.
Now?
What inspired this scattered grain of thought, at least in the current moment, was mentioning how I wished for a dance partner. Huh. One I could be with time after time instead of a string of strangers. To finally continue with that track of conversation, I must admit that I don't want just anybody to fill the role. I have designs on someone specific. Someone I first shared a dance with 10 years ago, when we met by chance at a summer soiree.
It's you.
Their name is Mori Motchi. Oh! This is it! This is the confession! Woo! He smiled. And it was the kind of sweetness that you thought that only poets could write of. I like you, Mori. Quite a great deal. A stranger might not have noticed the slight tremble in his voice, the delicate way that his words were punctuated with a breath, as if he were afraid of saying the wrong thing. But you noticed because he let you.
Truthfully,
Or rather, that still isn't the entire truth. What I want to say, is that I'm in love with you, Mori. This is it, Chad! Sorry to ruin the moment, but he said it himself! We didn't even need to confess to him! He said it himself! Finally, he offered you a hand to take. He was willing to share with you the steps of his dance. Metaphorically, in reality, you remained stock. You remained stock still in his office. I believe it's rather obvious why, but if I'm going to tell you, there's no harm in elaborating, is there? In for a penny, in for a pound. He chuckled to himself, but didn't call any further attention to it. You are beyond charming, and your considerate nature calls to mind all the good there is in the world. Wait, are we in for a glaze session? Whoa, stop it, come on. I know I am, but you don't need to tell me, come on. I've known that for as long as I've had the pleasure of knowing you. He drew in a breath, smoothly moving towards your face. Enjoying myself in your presence is the most natural thing in the world. Frustratingly so at times. I find myself letting go of more than I intended to. Another beat. In the prolonged silence, he tapped his foot just once.
you're incredible.
You've never allowed me to wallow in my misery, except for when you had to. When I made you have to because you couldn't get a hold of me. But when I see you, I'm reminded of what it's like to be seen. How it feels to have someone who knows you, cares about you, has memories with you, who wants to make more memories together. And I tried to undo that. His hand tightened around the arm of the couch, his brown eyes smoldering with a familiar self-loathing, even as his voice took a gentler tone when he spoke of you. Twice, by keeping you as far away from me as I could. And still you. What I'm saying to you now is what I should have said 5 years ago. If you can believe me, I was aware of that even then. But I didn't say anything of the sort. Instead, I was cruel and defensive, and bitterly tainted our parting before I let you... I can't read! Instead, I was cruel and defensive, and bitterly tainted our parting before I left your life for good. At least, that was the expectation, that it would be for good.
Lovely.
And here we are, together again. This world has a delightful sense of humor, don't you agree? I can tell you this after so long because you were willing to give me a place near you again. His adoration rang clearly in his gestures, in his voice, in the way he gazed at you, though he tinged the air with his own remorse. That heart-rending warmth remained. Unfortunately, I've yet to think of a good reason why this admission isn't another of my patently bad ideas. It isn't as though I've been thoughtful in return. His lips curled with a quiet, apologetic laugh. Baxter didn't quite smile. I can't stand doing anything in the morning, even if I can pretend to for my clients. As you know, I can't afford elaborate trips these days. My only remaining social contacts are limited to the wedding industry, not performative theater or owners of fancy cars or the like. I've never been a good partner, even a good friend to anyone who has crossed my path. It's entirely because of me that we're not still together. By all accounts, I shouldn't be asking for anything from anyone. Especially you. But is it too selfish of me to want to? If I didn't, if I let you go again without saying anything, if you leave after all of this and I stayed silent, I would regret it. I'd regret it more than I would have. I need to pause. There's like motorcycles. I'd regret it more than I'd regret it more than I would having to see what happens after I've said it. No matter what comes. Sometimes it's so hard to read the sentences because it's so long and windy. I'd regret it more than I would have. I'd regret it more than I would having to see what happens after I've said it. No matter what comes. So that's what I honestly think and how it came to this. Mori, if you can, I would like to know how you feel about me in return. Baxter held your gaze now, steady and certain, regarded you in all your wholeness. The parts of you that you yourself didn't like, and the parts of you that you did. He looked at you now, and it felt as though he'd never look away. It burned in a new and equally familiar way, like you'd spent too long in front of a glowing fire. Okay, what do we pick? No, Mori, I finished reading it. I love it. Thank you! I'm working on the next chapter, and the next episode. It'll come out next week. Please look forward to it. It updates, bi-weekly. No, not bi-weekly. Every 2 weeks. Yes. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Alright, chat. If anyone is still paying attention to what happened, Baxter just confessed to us. How do we reply? How do we reply? Kiss? Oh my god. Of course you'd say that. Of course you'd say that. Yes, kiss? Oh my lord. Even you, alien? Oh my lord. Are we gonna be the ones to do it? Are we gonna be the ones to do it? I thought you were so butthurt about it. Oh man, sure. Let's do it. I will follow the whims of chat. You kissed him. Drawing your hand towards him seemed to send Baxter aback. Wait. Hold on. Are we not demure and polite and we need to think for a second, guys. Hey, come on. Stop backtracking. Of course you want this. Are we going to do it? Are we going to? Alright, sure. Let's do it. Mori, He'd begun to stammer out something, but stopped as the palm of your hand met his cheek. What else would we do? I don't know, man. Not go for it right away? Come on! You followed the curve of his cheek, fingertips brushing gently against his cupid's bow, before you leaned down to guide his lips to yours. What? This is bare minimum. It was as pure as wanting. Baxter made a sound you barely registered as he took this as permission and yielded everything to you. He pressed into your lips, relishing in the way they fit against his. His arms found their way around your waist, pulling you in as he parted his lips beneath yours. Whoa, whoa, whoa! His breath was warm on your cheeks as he laughed, so utterly devoted. He didn't get a word in before you kissed him again. And again and again, so softly and gently. It was the man whose heart was a star you'd managed to catch. Your fingers fell into the back of his neck, and his pulse was racing faster. Everything was threatening to spill over. All your feelings, all your reservations, all your hopes from all these years. Was it time to let him know? Was it safe to? What do we do? Come on, you guys! Come on, you guys! Pick! What do we say? You get one more try. Oh wait, I love this one. Oh, I would have done much more. Oh, oh. I return to seeing romance. Yes, true. Romantic dancing. Look away! Look away! Nil wanted to kiss Baxter, so don't make me delete that. Well, it's already. I already took a screenshot. I can imagine you saying the second. I would say this. If I were playing this and you guys didn't have a say on what to pick, I would pick this one. What do we pick? What do we pick? What do we pick, guys? Hi Celeste, welcome back. Who would say the second last? The second to last? This one? I'd be honored to be your partner in dancing in life. I don't know, man. but it's an option. It's an option. What do we pick? I really want to pick this one. Are you guys okay with this one? Are you guys okay with this one? I like second, maybe fourth. Tiebreaker. We need a tiebreaker. Spin the man. Spin. Wait. Hold on. I'm getting confused with. Oh, alright. Something popped up, but okay, there. Alright! You get one more try! I see. He was whispering, embarrassed enough to be blushing up to the tips of his ears. Even the sides of his neck seemed to stand out with the color. All the more so when he realized how quickly he was breathing, and Baxter proceeded to cover his mouth with his hand. His eyebrows knitted together, eyes suddenly askance as he tried to look at literally anything or anyone that wasn't you, for fear of making himself any more, well, that. It was sweet, finally being able to see how he felt without having to pry for it. He came out, said his piece, and let you know that he cared about you. Even now, he was still showing it, albeit in a different way than you'd gotten the chance to see in your entire relationship, friends and otherwise. Closing his eyes, Baxter took in a breath through his nose and he tried to calm down. After a few more exhales, it partially worked to settle him. Though the way he glanced at you and then looked away again, The motorcycle's outside, god damn. We're having a moment here. Oh my god. I'm just not gonna talk, so the noise suppression is going to stop it. Okay, it's gone now. After a few more exhales, it partially worked to settle him, though the way he glanced at you and then looked away again was confirmation that it hadn't done as much as he'd hoped. Cute. He gave up on approaching your answer with his usual poise.
Hallelujah.
Why would you say that? Terrible. That is just the worst catchphrase ever for this for this moment. No! Why would you say we're having a moment here? Why would you use that? Never have I been so nervous to ask someone out. Including when I asked you to date me before. One would think I'd be able to draw on that experience, and yet... He smiled at you again, coyly. My apologies. I frankly don't know what to say. I'm unable to recall what one even does in these kinds of situations. Hello and wise bro blushing. Hello Ahmed! Baxter just confessed to us and we accepted his feelings. So that's why he's blushing. What was that? Yeah, that's his catchphrase. Hallelujah. That was worst time to say it. What the hell? Context for the pinned message. Neil, if you're out there, can you explain it to Ahmed? Take your time, there's no need to rush anymore. I don't know what to do either. You're so cute. Well, there are worse things. His cheeks and ears only pinkened further, though Baxter sheepishly smiled at you anyway. To continue being truthful, I can't feel my legs anymore. With his head against the wall behind the couch, he closed his eyes and took another moment to compose himself. Finally, he turned in his seat to look at you. His dreamy expression was somehow abstracted, somehow not, and reminded you. His dreamy expression was somehow abstracted, somehow not, and reminded you of the state he'd been in this morning, except there were no flights of fancy here. It was just the two of you, coming down from one of the biggest revelations you've had all summer. Your entire life, with respect given to Baxter's proclivity for running. Ah, wonderful. I'm beginning to remember some possibilities. Why is there 27 people? I think this got more views than your last CRK stream. Truly? I'm not even sure. Hello, lurkers. There's so many of you there. Holy moly. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. We love our lurkers. They want romance, true and real. If you're a lurker but don't want to chat, feel free to use the reaction, the reaction thing in the chat box. That I also see that. You can spam hearts or flush emojis. I can see it. We lack cloud mint material, so we're substituting with this. No way! Real and true. Wait, okay, I can give you guys cloud mint. Hold on. Do I have any at the ready right now? Do I? Let me see. Let me dig up something for you guys. Cloud mint. Cloud mint. Here we go. Cloudmint. Wait, no, you guys already saw this in the Discord. You already seen this in the Discord. Yay, I guess. Oh. You hate me. I wish you can hear how monotone I got. I haven't been drawing Cloudmint. I'm sorry to disappoint you guys. I've been working on the comic. But there's like zero Cloudmint for the episode. Maybe one piece of Cloudmint crumb, but it's not a whole lot. This is why I made fan art of sacrificing. It's 3 a.m. I'm gonna go to bed. Bye, everyone. Alright, Alien. Have a good sleep. Thank you for hanging out. From squealing to duh. Change the activity name. I didn't do anything. You're misleading my hopes. I need to draw again for the comic later after stream anyway, so I'm going to be drawing some warm-ups before I actually start on the art for the comic. So I guess I have an idea of what the warm-up will be. I'll be drawing Cloudmint as warm-up. Maybe I should take a pic of Mori getting sacrificed. What? What? Also, hello, Silent Salt. Welcome. Only salt remains. Before I leave, I have a question. Okay. What's your question? I will be drawing a warm-up. I should draw warm-ups whenever I start working on the comic. I genuinely crashed out last night while I was working on one of the pages for my comic because I finished the line art for one of the pages, right? And then it was time for me to head to bed. So I decided, why not make like one last scribble to cool down from drawing? And then I drew 8, one of my other OCs. And it turned out better than anything I put on the comic pages. Like, what? Genuinely. Why was that better? Have you ever played Poppy Playtime? I have never played Poppy Playtime. I think the other parts, the other chapters of Poppy Playtime are paid. I don't have the money for that, but the first game, if I recall correctly, is free, right? Yeah? Why? Don't crash out. You said yourself your comic art is different from your normal art style. What? I'm like trying to figure out how to like make it so it's easy for me to finish a page. Come on. I'm going to be experimenting a lot with a bunch of the upcoming episodes, so please bear with me as the art kind of gets inconsistent. I'm so sorry. You suck, but you don't suck that much? Oh. Wow. Wow. By the way, I just ate a chocolate that has an almond inside it and my body is trying to get it out. Help. Ahmed! I hope you're okay. Anyway, I'm done with this tangent. Let's get back to let's get back to the game. Get back to the game. This was a Cloudwind tangent, and it's time to get back. Ah, wonderful. I'm beginning to remember some possibilities. Resting his arm against the top edge of his seat, Baxter reached with his opposite hand to tilt your face towards him. His nose brushed against yours, eyelashes close enough to rest against your cheek.
My pleasure.
Allow me. It was this that Baxter took his time with. You close your eyes in preparation. His lips met yours for the second time in just the last half an hour, this time more pleading and urgent, as if he were afraid he might wake up from a dream. It was his deep yearning that made your heart ache for him. He was breathless, and your noses clumsily bumped into each other from the angle that he had canted inward. And it did nothing to dissuade either of you. Everything went quiet, and you couldn't be distracted by anything but him, as his mouth insistently sought you out as you fell, lips fitting together like the last piece of a puzzle. God damn, what the hell is this description, man? He wanted to tell you. Is this enough? Oh man, I'm getting nasally. Is this enough? Was he enough? When he withdrew, the answer was there with flushed cheeks and pink lips. Of course.
I love you.
Did you hear that, Neil? I'm singling you out because you got... I know! It's you! That's really damn bad for him. I don't know why. Let me repeat that.
I love you.
Whoa, Neil, whoa! Whoa! After a beat, Baxter brushed back his bangs, though they spilled onto his face again. A flicker of concern crossed his expression again, and Baxter coughed to clear his throat. I hate Mori, though. I can live with that. Leave me be. I do have one more question. Please ask. That's way better than never trying to find out. True. He chuckled at his own chagrin, lifting a hand to cover his mouth. Was I obvious? My feelings, I mean. Jude was rather direct in his asking me if I still felt this way about you. The pink didn't leave the tips of his ears. That would be the embarrassing context to our conversation, I fear. They asked him what? Baxter grinned, witnessing the expression on your face, but continued. Jude and Scott picked out their outfits for the wedding, and while still fully dressed in a three-piece suit, Jude asked me point blank if I was into you. If that was what's going on here. You fooled me, I wouldn't have guessed. No way, that's so funny, really? Oh gosh, it must have been embarrassing. Jude's pretty sharp, I had no idea until now. It was pretty obvious. You laughed, shaking your head at Baxter. He laughed along too, glad to see that you at least found it entertaining. Baxter had completely overcome his sheepishness. It was a loss, given he'd only ever been embarrassed in front of you maybe a handful of times before it came out in full force today. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I'm reading through chat because I finally have a chance to stop and read through. What do you mean you're allergic to almonds and you're forcing yourself to eat almonds, Ahmed? Ahmed! Ahmed, what are you doing? Are you purposely trying to harm yourself? Hello? If your body's allergic to almonds, don't eat almonds! No way! No way! It doesn't work that way! He'll adapt. It doesn't work that way! There's no almond vaccine! Come on! Gaining immunity, no! Allergies are an overreaction! Is an overreaction of the immune system to things that they think are a threat. And now you're introducing that threat to him. Improving those base stats, no way! This isn't like being exposed to sickness and being more resistant to a sickness after contracting it sometime. I don't have a bad allergic reaction to almonds, and that's how it works. What do you mean if I eat more, my body thinks it's fine to eat it? If I eat more, it makes my body think it's fine to eat it. I'm not sure. I've seen people with peanut allergies say otherwise. I've seen people with peanut allergies say otherwise. You know? That led them to a hospital trip. I don't know, man. I don't really know how allergies exactly work. So I can't give you any kind of advice for it. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to the dog streamer. Come on, guys. You know better than that. Amid gaining active immunity. Allergies are an overreaction of the immune system. Because they think the thing that's entered your body is a threat. That's how I understand allergies. Corey has a PhD in medicine. That's false. That's not true. Don't listen to me. That's false. Why are you giving... There's what's it called? Cyber libel? Cyber libel? Dr. Smelly Bamor. I saw people are allergic to peanuts, they ate more of it, and they aren't allergic to it anymore. I suppose it depends on the severity of the allergy. But I know that allergies do go away after some time. I have known people who have developed certain allergies that have gone away, but I'm not sure if that's how you treat it. I'm not sure if that's how you treat it, okay? Look, I have a dust allergy. Every time I'm constantly being exposed to dust, and what does that happen to me? Nothing! I just get worse, come on! Would be deadly if shared to the wrong people. True! Please, be careful with your allergies. Do not listen to the mod right now. Do not try to brute force yourself out of an allergy by doing exposure therapy. It's not worth risking it, please. Alright. Can I actually finish up the game now? There's 30 minutes. There's still a whole other segment left. Come on, guys. Stop with the tangents. Stop with the tangents. Come on. Calling me the mod and not calling me Ahmed is crazy. Alright, stop with the tangents. Come on. We've been here for an hour. No, it's been 2 hours. Come on. We still have one more segment to go through. Come on, guys. I really wanna finish this today. But his usual charm was equally as, charming. In any case, I didn't want to admit it to either of them before I even had the chance to tell you. But if you'd act self-satisfied when you come to him as a couple, you'll know why. Wait, did you hydrate? Ow. Preemptive ow, ow. There, I hydrated. He waved his hand dismissively. Rolling his eyes a little, the false disdain faded just as quickly as it arrived, Baxter's expression softening as he turned toward you. That same hand held your cheek now, digits gently curling against it. And we are together again, aren't we?
I love it.
How decidedly unexpected of us. I love it. Gone was any reservation about conveying his affection. Baxter's smile finally reached his eyes. Ever confident and self-assured, both halves of the same person you knew finally overlapped. As you rested against each other, Baxter moved his hand from your face to thread his fingers through yours. Then he took things further and lifted your hand to his lips. He kissed across the top of it. I should have found a better place to romance you. An office. Honestly, Baxter. I'm usually so deft at selecting ideal venues. You laughed as you gently squeezed his hand. It suited you. Finding each other at a time of night when you shouldn't be awake, in a place you shouldn't be, and between the two of you who felt like you could never be. You and Baxter took the first step. It's perfect, Baxter. After all of that... Wait, why is this an option? Wait. Why is this an option? We're not going through this with in the stream. You were completely at ease being together with Baxter. Second, you don't know what you're going into, Nil. You don't know what you're getting into. I've gone through a lot of routes on the Baxter DLC. You don't know what you're getting into. I'm jumping in there. No, not in this stream. We can save. Let's save. Over here. No. Which one? Here. Save here. We can get back to this sometime later. No, Celeste. Grab Nil before he's too freaky to get out. Ah! We'll save here, and if you guys want, you can. We can do a short Discord stream to deal with this, but no, not on YouTube of all places. Come on, guys, come on. Mori Motchi. I don't want to be hunted for sport for displaying this thing. Mori wet blanket. No, we're not doing this here. You were completely at ease being together with Baxter. Being pressed against him, you took in Baxter's cologne with every breath. scents could have a long-lasting impact on someone's mind. They lingered in ways different but no less powerful than sights or sounds. And right then, that sense was rousing all the memories of Baxter. Wrapping his shirt around your shoulders to keep out the evening breeze. It was similar, but not the same. Just like the situation you found yourself in was different from the scene you were reflecting on. Before Baxter's cologne was almost... No, I've been talking for too long. Before Baxter's cologne was almost old-fashioned in how perfumed and heavy the smell was. These floral notes were fresher, sharper, and there was an undercurrent of spice. A mature scent for a gentleman of sorts. For a time you rested on the couch, saying nothing and listening only to the beat of your lover's heart. But when the idea of relaxing crossed into the risk of falling asleep while breaking and entering, you and Baxter decided to sit up properly again. It wasn't long before you both finished the last drops of your water. Oh yeah, I'm having trouble speaking now. I've been yapping for too long. First we get atoms of crumbs, now we get nothing. Neil about to start a villain arc? Don't worry. It wasn't long before you both finished the last drops of your water and tossed the paper cups into the office's trash bin. Tiredly rubbing his shoulder, Baxter relaxed a satisfied breath.
Well,
We should go. If we linger too much longer, I'm afraid operating hours might begin while we're here. That would be difficult to explain. Horses, Umas, yeah. Hold your horses. Oh yeah, good idea. Baxter rose to his feet and brushed off any lint that might have gotten on his suit jacket. He nudged his head toward the door. You moved to follow. He brought you down the same path. Baxter and you turned the lights off as you went along. Once you reached the parking lot, you waited for Baxter to lock the building. After a day delightful enough to rival the wedding itself, you and Baxter finally returned home. You slipped quietly through the lobby, not quite tiptoeing. Your feet were too sore and heavy for that. Goosebumps lingered on your skin from the rush of your adventure, but exhaustion crept closer and closer as you neared the last destination of the day. There's still another segment for this, by the way, guys. I think we're going to go past the 5 p.m. mark. I don't know. I think also we need to take a break. I'm going to take a break right here. Like, we reached the apartment. We're taking a break because I need to rest my voice because I'm starting to sound very nasally. I need a break. That's a lot of demands. You're a lot of demands. You demand so much. A lot. You demand a lot. There. Okay. Why is Mori making a nerd sound? It's because that's the only way I can talk right now. Actually. Alright, I'm going on break. I'm refilling my water bottle. I ask like once every stream. What? I don't believe you. You demand so much. Alright, be right back, guys. Hello. Hello. Union chat. Are you trying to unionize the chat? That's impossible. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna work. Hello, I'm back. Hi guys, I'm catching up on the chat. All opposing Mori smiley face emoji in chat. Why? Why? Too lazy to check everything in nil channel activity, but in every stream he asks Mori for something 300 times minimum. True and real. I used to be on your side, now you treat me like this? Sacrifice nil instead? It was out of respect of it. Ahmed was just eating chocolate a while ago. I think I think Ahmed has already broken his fast. Poor proof, I made it up. What? Your proof, I made it up. I don't know. It's the mud. It's Ahmed. Ahmed looked at the channel activity, so he has his bases. Whatever you say. Alright. Have you guys also replenished your water and snacks? Because there's still one whole segment left. And I intend to finish this today. I've kind of been burning out from playing the game. I've been having this series for too long now. Did Ahmed and Neil just break up? Are we witnessing a breakup live on stream? In the chat? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. Back into it. Let me hide the break. Okay. Alright. Welcome back, guys. I have no words. By the time Baxter was closing his apartment door behind you, you were ready to collapse to the finish line. It felt good to be back. I don't know if Celeste's last mission should be Hall of Famer now. 3 votes. Should it be Hall of Fame? I vote yes. We need 2 more votes. No. 2 votes on no. Oh my god. You guys aren't on my side with this. Oh man. Well, the people involved in that message were you guys, so I think that was a given. You guys are disqualified from voting.
Thank you.
Well, I must thank you for a truly incredible time, Mori. I'll keep you only for a moment longer. Your drooping eyes lifted. He had more of his sleeve? Oh boy, what for? The sign of interest was awfully encouraging for Baxter. His smile pulled too wide to be considered purely polite.
You know,
There is something to consider. On one hand, I do have a pleasant, fully furnished guest room. It's sensible to make use of it. But on the other... Baxter literally lifted a hand up in your general direction. Naturally, the motion was completely nonchalant. Nothing unusual happening here. The master bedroom is frankly superior. I would say it being polite not to offer the space to my partner. Is he saying? You should share the bed? Oh, holy moly. You can't disqualify me. I'm your mom. You're disqualified from voting. Anyway, chat. Baxter is offering the master bedroom for us to sleep in. You narrowed your gaze again. But it wasn't out of sleepiness. That proposition required a sufficiently lidded look. You're asking me to spend the night with you?
Oh, yes.
Exactly. Yeah, we're sharing the bed. Alright. How considerate of you. Okay. It'd be rude to reject your hospitality. If you're sure it's alright, I'll pass this time. You nodded to accept. It's quite the offer. Do we just nod? Do we say, how considerate of you? Okay. It'd be rude to reject your hospitality. That sounds a little too enthusiastic. Sleep in Baxter's bed? Scandalous. That's so scandalous. Oh, you want to sleep in your newly acquainted, newly dated, newly partnered person, Baxter. I'd be rude. It'd be rude. Option 2? Wow, I just said this sounded too enthusiastic and you guys wanted to pick that. Why aren't we glued to him already? You want me to get glue? What kind of glue? Horse glue? just a stick to him? Oh my god. Alright, it'd be rude to reject your hospitality. So you took a minute to explain more about your sexuality and boundaries before anything might be assumed. You took it all perfectly well. Yeah, we have a if I recall correctly, we are playing as an asexual MC, so nothing happens. Baxter's coy smile split open into a giddy grin, like cracking a stone to see a beautiful geode inside.
Perfect.
Then feel free to join me after you've changed. I'll be waiting. Also, hello, Perlita. Hi. Hi, welcome in. Nil has given up on shame. somehow, truly, very no shame at all. I'll be waiting. Briefly, the two of you parted ways. You got ready to sleep as quickly as you could with your tired bones, resisting the effort of even changing clothes. After you won the battle against zippers and buttons, you gathered a few necessities to migrate over to your new room. A pillow, perhaps, is essential. He'd left the door mostly open, so you went through it without knocking. When you go low, I go low. Not something I want to hear. Not something I want to hear like at all in any kind of circumstance. Being there definitely felt different than your first venture inside, even if it looked the same. Specifically, you couldn't help noticing the mass of clothing haphazardly piled on a side table. He hasn't cleaned up. There you are. Welcome. Hey, is that from when you threw your entire closet out looking for your wedding clothes? That was the last time you'd gotten to enter Baxter's room, you realized. Yes. There was no hesitation. You snorted at how straightforward he was, most of the time with certain things. I'll get to reorganizing another day, after you leave. Or perhaps I'll be inspired to do it before then, if I have the time. We'll see. I'm uncommitted. Of course, usually I wouldn't show my room in such a state this early in a relationship. Or ever, really. But you've already seen far worse from me. Including being there to witness me making this very mess. Baxter busied himself by turning down the blankets for both of you. It's 5 years too late for me to fool you into thinking I'm flawlessly put together. And I wanted you to stay with me tonight. He chuckled at himself while getting on top of the mattress. You have a very nice room, also a funny one. Where's the color? I'll give you credit for having some pops of color. That throw blanket matches the rug in your office. It's nice to hear. We're just saying stuff at this point. I'll give you credit for having some pops of color. Really? You're too kind. You followed Baxter into bed, certain that you were welcome there. Baxter had luscious feather pillows. Whoa, fancy! Squished in around your head when you laid down. It was like getting a hug, but for your cheeks. Even the narration, your boyfriend's face was partially obscured by a floppy pillow too. He had to inch from the center of the puffball to the edge so he could see better. We're in heaven. I suppose. You turned on your side to face him. Why is Mori here? What do you mean? Am I not allowed here? Holy moly, am I not allowed to go to heaven? Aren't dogs supposed to go to heaven? All dogs go to heaven, you know? Dogs go to heaven. Come on, guys. Have you not heard that before? Come on. Baxter's sighing breath was near enough to flutter your eyelashes. As tempting as it is to stay up for the remaining half of the night, I know we shouldn't. Rest is important and very needed today in particular.
Good night.
Good night, Mori. Night. All dogs except you? Why? This is discrimination! They made an exception for discrimination! Every time I go on stream, I just get slandered. Maybe I don't want to stream anymore. If all I ever get is getting slandered, come on, guys. Can I get some compliments too? Go on. Go on. He had a convenient switch he could hit from bed to shut off all the lights in the room. But there was still one piece missing before Baxter was officially settled in. You felt his arms wrapping around you. He was careful to have the touch be affectionate, soothing, rather than something that might make the whole get some sleep thing more difficult. Then Baxter whispered one last thought. I'm glad you're here. I am too. Took you long enough to say that. Never want to be anywhere else. I'll be here as long as I can. Took you long enough to say that. Then... Quick, Celeste, make up a compliment. Keep streaming, you don't stink that much. I guess I'll take it. I suppose. I'll take what I can get, I guess. Alright. There's our compliments. Okay, I see. Okay, guys. Can you guys pick what we do next? I'm giving you guys the freedom to pick. What do we do next? All of the above. We can't. We can't do that. There's no choice for it. Ow! Kiss the man. Where? On the lips? On the nose? What do you mean we can't? You can't do all of it. Make it happen. I'm just not gonna do anything. I'm just not gonna do anything. You guys are just gonna be in the screen. Come on, take your pick. Where? Do you snuggle closer? You give him a kiss, but where? On the lips? On the nose? You just hold him? Give him a hug? I'm not listening to Nil. I'm not listening to Nil anymore. He's greedy. He's so greedy. He wants everything. We can't pick everything. We can't pick everything. Is it too much to ask? It is. Alright, well, I think this one's cute. You give him a goodnight kiss on the nose. Because nobody wants to pick anything, I'm going to pick it myself. Just something small. It was too darling not... Oh my god. Motorcycles! Just something small. It was too darling not to. Ah, how lovely. Baxter muttered against your ear in dreamy bliss. As incredible, as outright unbelievable as it was to be in Baxter's embrace for the night, the thrill you had couldn't compare to the pure comfort it brought you. You had gone through so much to be where you are. True. True. For years you'd thought anything like it would never happen. You might not have given up trying, but you had no real hope it would come to anything. When is this in 4D? You guys might be more freaky than me. Ahmed. I have no control over chat sometimes. I don't know why. I don't know how. But they slander me and try to be freaks. I don't know how it came to this. I just like talking about yaoi, but apparently that actually attracts the freaky people. You did this. No. Is it because I converted you to Fujoism? Is that it? Go on. I think it was expected. I wasn't like this and you know it. It's because I converted you to Fujoism. It's my fault, actually. My fault. I'm sorry. My fault. Now, it was okay for you and for him. You could relax in a wholly complete sense. Baxter felt that same relief. Neither of you needed further words of reassurance. The warmth between you was enough. Your half-conscious mind swam through a moving tide of memories of the current day and the entire wedding planning excursion. The mental water was warm, relaxing. You smiled and cast one more glance at the man you were in bed with before your eyes could no longer stay open. Putting on a fantastic event for Jude and Scott? Seeing friends and family? Starting a new relationship? That boyfriend being Baxter Ward? Even though your time in Prism Vista and everywhere beyond and in between would come to an end soon, it could not possibly have gone better. Without even realizing it, you drifted into pleasant dreams. When the morning arrived, you saw him there. He hadn't vanished, but, he hadn't vanished. He didn't leave you behind. Baxter remained fast asleep beside you, exactly as you knew he would be. The sheets surrounding you were full of the spiced floral scent Baxter wore as cologne. It was so classy, a perfect match to his normal demeanor, the public-facing part of him. Here, something that sharp didn't fit at all. Baxter was entirely graceless when he slept, with his face crushed into the pillow and his hair having lost its characteristic swoop. No one was a flawless paragon of poise. It was intentional and took effort. Morning Baxter was always a good reminder of that. You could write a list of your frustrations with Baxter. Secretly being kind of a mess was not it. You liked that about him. Right then, you were able to look at every little feature of his up close. His sharp, manicured eyebrows and equally pointed nose. The mole on his neck, of course. And at the tippy top of his head, if you squinted in the sunshine, you could see a gradient in the strands. It was lighter at the roots than the rest of his hair. The gray! His natural hair is peeking out, growing in. In the smallest of ways, Baxter had let you see his natural color. It was beautiful. He gently stroked his head. Oh! 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 He gently stroked his head. He smiled in his sleep. Aww! And when his deep brown eyes did flutter open, he continued to do so. But before saying anything, he yawned and stretched and rubbed a thin line of drool from his mouth. I wanted to say something, but I'll hold back. Good. Good. Sometimes there are things we don't say out loud. Baxter also made a valiant attempt to straighten out his bedhead. Only then did he determine it was appropriate to greet you.
Nice to see you.
Hello, Mori. And thus it is to see you again. Another wonderful day. Morning, sunshine. It certainly is a good day. Wow, already? Goddamn, Mori. Despite officially being awake now, Baxter cozied up into you again. His hands re-established the hold they had on you before he attempted to clean up. It was too adorable to do anything about. Besides, you weren't planning on getting up when you normally did either. You had many early days of rushing about, and tomorrow would be another. That's when you would need to leave. Today, in that moment, you could both afford to linger in bed. So you snuggled against your boyfriend in return. Cute. With contented... Whoa. Wait. Wait, whoa. With contented kisses and scattered whispers, Baxter indulged in having you completely to himself. Holy shit! This man is greedy. This guy's greedy. You know, some YouTubers give a nickname for their fans, right? Nickname as freaks. I don't want to call you guys freaks. What the heck? What the heck? We're pigeons? Oh my. That's worse. Kinda. Well, not really. But you guys pick up floor candy? Well, Baxter indulged in having you completely to himself. Eventually, though, it was decided to bring the lazing about from the bed to the living room. Not even Baxter wanted to spend an entire day lounging in his room, and it was past the hours he shunned. When's our fan designs gonna be finalized, Mori? Well, since you guys, there's a lot of you guys now, I think it's time we actually get a vote in. Wow, it took this long! Wow! I think you haven't confirmed it for a year. Sometimes other YouTubers take longer, you know. Other YouTubers take longer, but anyway. Since there's a significant increase of people now, there's actually a substantial amount to make voting viable. Wow! Democracy can can actually happen now. Call us drywall leaders, that's only you, Ahmed. What about Evil Ahmed? Evil Ahmed is a wet wall lover, right? As you got to your still slightly achy feet, you caught another glimpse of the driftwood statue sitting pretty on one shelf. Unaware of what had captured your attention, Baxter got on his zebra print slippers and shuffled off ahead of you. You ambled into the living room after him, still in your PJs but with phone in hand. It was in case anyone reached out before you bothered to dress. This was your last full day in town, so odds were high someone would call or text any minute. Still thinking of the souvenir, you watched as Baxter slowly curled up on his preferred chair, the blue one tilted towards the window. You took a spot on the couch. Do we mention it to him? I cannot believe you kept the driftwood statue. You still have the driftwood statue? You still have the driftwood statue?
Oh.
Oh, you noticed. His usually pale cheeks flushed with color. It stood out even more starkly than usual, considering his outfit was almost pure white. Yes, Baxter explained himself with a flippant gesture of his hands, controlling his body more smoothly than he could his emotions. I am fond of it even now. I've never been able to part with it, but isn't that what souvenirs are for? Keeping for the long term. I'm being entirely reasonable for holding on to that after thoroughly leaving everything in Sunset Bird behind. He was entirely too aware of how ridiculous he sounded. Baxter had attempted using humor to overcome the hurdle of sentimentality. Oh, you're so shy. 5 p.m. reminder, no! Well, I'm going to finish this today, so I'm going to be a little bit, we're going over the 5 p.m. time, so, more time to stream. I'm turning on the light. Chat, did you know my nose has started getting itchy now? The inevitable! My nose is getting itchy now! Your nose is always itchy. No way. That means a lot to me. Yeah, we bought it for him, right? We bought it for him. Oh, you're so shy. Do we tease him? Whatever you say, Baxter. Wait. Which one are we picking? Two, 4, 6. I'll say pick drywall. Oh my god. 2, 4, 6. You sighed out of affection. Oh, Baxter. Wow. Allergic to the yaoi. Oh. Whatever you say, Baxter. Excellent. We agree then. Casually, you glance down at your phone. Wait. What if we pick this one? I'm nothing of the sort. Casually. Okay. Well, which one do we like better? Whatever you say, Baxter. I think my Wi-Fi is allergic to the yaoi. Goddamn. Baxter, notoriously known to be kinda shameless, is actually being very shy about the souvenir that we bought for him. By the way, guys, well, I'll talk about it at the end of the stream, but and when I said yaoi, my Wi-Fi is lagging. The yaoi curse! Oh no! I get 0 ping when yaoi. Why? Why? Alright, let's tease him. Oh, you're so shy. I'm nothing of the sort. Casually, you glanced down at your phone. There was little conscious thought to it. In the back of your mind, you might have been motivated to see the time or check messages. Nothing of much importance. There was a new notification and it stopped you in your tracks. Your eyes remained stuck to the device long enough for Baxter to ask if something was the matter. No, nothing was wrong. Not wrong at all. What had so completely captured your attention was that Baxter had been added to your group chat with Terry, Miranda, and Cove. Huh? He is now part of the in-group? He's now part of the friend group? Oh no, oh my gosh. It felt unreal. Only a week ago, Baxter was someone from the distant past. Someone you were never meant to see again. And now, there was his name in a friend chat. You had started dating him, but that addition was what fully let the situation sink in. Acceptance into your circle. A mundane yet crucial presence in your social space. Baxter was truly a part of your life again. Mori? He prompted you for a response again, now concerned. Check your phone. Baxter did so. He gathered the phone that matched his pajamas and color scheme, and gave it a curious look. Oh. That was all he could mutter. Baxter drew the screen closer towards his face. He stared at the notification as hard as you imagined you'd done just seconds ago. I'ma act as if I understand everything you say, as if I'm not lagging. I hope your Wi-Fi situation stops lagging whenever I'm on stream. Come on! You'd been so distracted by the initial revelation that you weren't even sure what the message said. The words hadn't penetrated your head. Trying again, you scanned your most recent text. It started with an exuberant declaration from Terry. Starts dating Baxter, nothing really. Baxter gets added to friend GC. Oh my god, yeah, true! True, this is monumental! Hey buds, we're gonna get together today. Let's do it in the evening, everyone should be free then. Sure. Cove. You shook off the reverie still slowing you down and reacted to the conversation. Do we invite the wedding cake baker? Our friend Xavier? Though they kinda don't really know our friend group. Would that be too much to bring them in? Let's invite Xavier. I wondered if maybe Xavier could join in too. He put that thought into action with a text reply. Would anyone mind if I asked someone else to come? Xavier, they're Baxter's friend. They made the wedding cake. I like them. Do it. Ooh, I'd want to meet them. Cool.
In that case,
I'll text them. Oh my god, evil Ahmed is in chat. Oh no! You'd been counting on that. You didn't have Xavier's number. Good plan. I don't have their number. Baxter busied himself with that new task while more messages popped in the group chat. Miranda had another suggestion. We should meet at Jude and Scott's place. It's bigger and they're not using it. Yeah, they already said Mori could be there. They can't stop us now. I don't know where that is. Cove! To others, that might read as disinterest or perhaps a complaint, but you could gauge the real worry that prompted his message. You're not gonna be the one driving, we'll pick you up. Okay. Great. In your peripheral vision, you notice motion. Baxter's fingers were still tapping away. He should have finished his invite to Xavier by now. Wait! Hold on. Whoa. Ahmed just Ahmed just timed out evil Ahmed. Oh my god. Timed out for 86,000 seconds? What the? Evil Ahmed got timed out for 86,000 seconds. Mori casually dying in the back. I just saw chat. That's why. I think that's my second time timing him out for 24 hours. A whole day? Oh my god. That meant he was going to join the chat. We will see you this evening then. I'm looking forward to it. Very typical of Mr. Ward, though the exclamation mark was a bit festive. But then he signed the blasé text off with a "Most sincerely, your friend, Baxter Ward." Your phone lit up immediately, as if the device itself was chuckling. Harry lulled repeatedly. Cove could only think of commenting what. Miranda didn't even give a reply. Most likely, she was laughing in real life. Add insult to injury. Not the sincerely, verily. Not the sincerely. He properly looked over to the man himself. Chuckling, Baxter surveyed the results of the digital bomb he dropped on the unsuspecting group chat. Then he placed his weapon down on the coffee table. By the way, Mori, you might see evil Ahmed outside your window? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean he's what do you mean he's outside my window? Come on. His legs were crossed as he leaned comfortably into his boxy blue chair.
To be honest,
I'd like to admit something, Mori. I had your number all along. Of course, I never looked at it over the years we were apart, but didn't have it in me to delete it either. What? The memory of that first day flashed. And Baxter offered you a business card so you could contact him for professional purposes only and ask for yours in return. How strange. The uncomfortable, distant atmosphere of that moment was so easy to remember, yet felt entirely separate from your reality. You had the hindsight to see how, even then, it was obvious, inevitable, that you and Baxter wouldn't stay on bad terms for long. He was a softie who longed for your approval, certainly not a stranger who truly didn't want anything to do with you. Aww, that's such a cute line. And there was no real chance he had deleted the number you'd given him. Baxter continued his story, after kindly giving you the space to digest what he'd said. Recently, I found myself scrolling through our text history. I finally saw those messages you sent after I was gone. I'm sorry, Mori. Thank you for saying that. I read over our texts after meeting you again, too.
I understand.
Incredible. We can't help ourselves, huh? At least the feeling is mutual. It was nice to see all those old conversations. Yeah. Both you and Baxter were taken in by feelings of sentimentality, speaking softly and enjoying the gentle warmth of shared memories. until his features twisted wryly. The tale wasn't quite over. However, it would have been far more pleasant if only I had been reminded of how I texted as a 19-year-old. Baxter placed a hand across his eyes woefully. I said sincerely your friend in a text wholly sincerely. How I had the nerve to view myself as someone without any social awkwardness, I would never know. Don't worry, the statement was far more self-aware this time. So your house might be gone tomorrow, but we will be fine because we're in your basement, not your house. Why are you in my basement? Why are you in my basement? What do you mean my house will be gone tomorrow? What does that mean? Sincerely your friend, True. Would you text someone with that? Like you would write a text message to someone and end it with a signing note. Sincerely. Sincerely your friend, Mori Motchi. I mean, I have written emails before where I had to like do a little like signature, best regards Mori, or like best wishes Mori. Those things are like, I guess, given with emails, but in text. In a text, like a Discord message or maybe a WhatsApp message, I don't know, a line chat, you wouldn't be signing it off with like a signature of yours truly, yours truly, Mori Motchi. It was hilarious. I'm sorry, that was ridiculous of you. You shouldn't have stopped. It's a miracle you grew out of it. It was hilarious. You trapped us in your basement and your house will probably be gone tomorrow because of evil Ahmed. Oh man, I worked so hard for my house. Come on. Why would evil Ahmed take it away from me? Please, can I keep my house? Please, I need it. I'm gonna start writing sincerely a llama in Discord from now on. Yes! Do it! Tell them that Mori said you can do that. Tell them I influence you to do that. oh my lord. No way, why am I getting allergies? My nose is itchy. What did you think of the pic I sent in media? Yeah, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see it. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see it. What do you mean? I'm not even gonna read it out loud. I have been permitted by the Elder God Mori, true and real and accurate and truth nuke. It was hilarious. You were the first person to mock me for it. Don't think I've forgotten. Wait, really? Not even your college friends mocked you for ending your text with sincerely your friend Baxter Ward? Come on, guys. We need to step up our game here. We need to mock this guy. He needs to be taken down a peg. Well, I've changed my mind. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. Really? I can't say I don't understand that conundrum. Baxter's signature smirk wasn't missing from his face for long. Perhaps I should stand to add a little flair to my written statements. But it was considerate of your friends to add me to the group. That's where you belong. Baxter smiled at you brilliantly. Brilliantly? And you are fine. And are you fine with me not mentioning our relationship? I wasn't sure if you wanted that. Do we keep it private? Or do we announce it to them? After one day, we got together and started dating again. Wow! Wow! Are you fine with me not mentioning our relationship? I wasn't sure if you wanted that. Announce it to the world. Where's Nil when you Where's Nil when you need him? We need another vote. By the way, thanks for feeding us in your basement. The last basement I've been in, there was 20 rats, 30 rat kings, and we would only eat drywall and fiberglass. Is that why you like drywall so much? Is that why you like drywall so much? Man. Anyway, yeah, I got you. I feed my basement dwellers. Only the finest floor candy and chocolates, you know? Announce it to the world. Alright, it's okay. I don't mind. We'll let them know tonight.
It's settled.
And then it's settled. After evening plans were set, the two of you chatted in the kitchen and prepared a meal. Baxter got to prove once and for all that even if he couldn't bake, he could cook. Over breakfast, or rather brunch, considering how late it was decided that you'd go out of the apartment for a while. Not to reach any particular place, just to enjoy the act of walking itself. You finished the food, cleaned up, and went into the midday sunshine. You and Baxter wandered Prism Vista City with little purpose and zero plan. Baxter had set the direction to get away from the hustle and bustle of the city center, but that was all the thought that went into your path. There was no denying your surprise when he agreed to spend time doing this, easily at that. It wasn't exactly Baxter's style, an outing that didn't require at least a 20-minute drive, that wasn't predetermined to be exactly the right venue for the moment, unheard of. But the shift in preference was only a good thing, pushing himself to come up with a unique activity for every moment was an unfair standard to meet. Not to mention impossible considering you intended to spend many days together over the course of your lives. Oh. Reflecting on your past experiences with full perspective, that was a pretty blatant sign of Baxter's greater problems. It wasn't merely that he was a tourist and wanted to make the most of his vacation, but that he was a planner who had to do his best for his clients. Baxter flat out didn't let himself have the kind of relationship with someone where all you needed was the other person. There had to be an angle, a point, an excuse to be together. None of that was necessary any longer. Finding somewhere new or doing something unexpected was fun, not crucial. And sometimes it was nicer to do nothing besides a walk and a talk with someone you loved. On the way to nowhere in particular, Baxter took out his phone to check a newly received message. Normally, he wouldn't be so impolite as to read text while entertaining a gentle person, but both of you were waiting for a response. Xavier had gotten back about the RSVP invitation. Baxter read their exact statement aloud. They were flattered to be invited to whatever this thing was that you were doing. He chuckled at their choice of words.
Very well.
1 second, please. I'll send them the address. Then we can continue fully unburdened. Fully unburdened. Guys, let's summon Nil. Alright. Oh no, yowie, yowie, yowie. Walk up to the mirror of your bathroom and say yowie in the mirror 3 times to summon Nil. Why is Baxter in the William Afton fit? Oh no, the purple guy! Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm glad Xavier's gonna be there. Look at you, keeping in touch with the people in your life. His snickers developed into a wholehearted laugh. I low-key fell asleep. So it worked! It worked! It worked! Oh my god. When you do say Yowie 3 times, it'll summon him. I'm sorry, you can go back to sleep. Don't worry, don't worry. What worked? Don't worry about it. Come on. Don't worry about it. It's okay, you can go back. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. This was your idea to reach out to them. Can I honestly take any credit? Yes, it counts. How generous. That was all it took to check off another event. You were prepared for the evening and could relish the hours before them. As the skyscrapers got shorter and shorter until they vanished and the sounds of the traffic became a distant hum drowned out by rhythmic waves of the sea, you told Baxter about yourself. You finally learned your pet's name and general existence. You got to explain your career in detail and what it was like employing yourself. You described the place you're living now, that you were no longer in your parents' home. Baxter listened with keen interest.
You're very good.
To summon Nil, say Baxter 5 times in front of a mirror while watching Grand Uncle Brickball Boomer Mori. Are we just going to keep adding onto that title as we go along? That would be great. Now that is impressive. Thanks. I think it's my turn to ask a question about you. That's fair, go on. Great, my question is, why in the world are you here of all places? You could have lived anywhere. I don't get it. That was the genuine truth. Even as an adult, Baxter could confound and mystify you. The serene smile that had been on his face for the past 10 minutes curled. Baxter revealed his secrets as smoothly as he normally avoided them. The way I saw it, after graduating, I had 3 choices of what to do. First, I could live in a state I associated with my family, such as Oregon, where I grew up, or Colorado, where we often took vacation. Second, I could pick a state I had no experience with whatsoever and move to at random. Or third and finally, I could live in a state I'd inhabited already and that I associated with my independent life. That would be Virginia and California.
Of course.
Of course, the third option held the most appeal in my humble opinion. And while Virginia has its positives, I enjoyed sports and the distinctly changing seasons. I never quite formed an attachment. It was so incredibly far from everything I was used to. I simply couldn't commit to being an East Coaster. Baxter flicked his wrist casually towards the wide expanse in front of you both. So that was how I found myself returning to the dazzling coast of SoCal. This particular location was intended to be only a starting point. I was coming from the complete other side of the country, and I at least knew I enjoyed the area. I expected to relocate once I had my bearings. It wasn't my intention to linger where I might not be welcome. But, who could have guessed it was harder to pack up and leave everything behind? But you had silly things such as an actual apartment in your own name and a real career tying you down. Guys, what should we add to Grand Uncle Rick Bald Boomer Mori? Yeah, what should we add? What should we add? Weeks passed, then months, and then, perhaps inevitably, came face to face with one of the reasons I developed such a positive outlook on this state to begin with. There he paused. You didn't know how to fill it, or if you should, so you didn't. You let it remain. He smiled, and ultimately, Baxter continued.
You know,
it never ceases to amaze me. California is directly beside Oregon. I could practically walk there if I was industrious and stupid enough. Despite that, being here is wholly different a wholly different experience than what I had being raised in the neighboring state. Sometimes it seems as if I'm still a tourist, that I don't belong here and everyone who passes by can smell the otherness on me.
To be honest,
Other days I have the confidence to think I found my own place in the world. The eye contact between you and Baxter locked meaningfully when he spoke that line. To wrap up this long story, I'd say, in the end, I made the right choice. You did, definitely. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if you stayed in Virginia.
perfect.
I do adore when we agree. A pleasant breeze passed over the sea. It came over to ruffle your hair. You breathed in the salty air, letting it warm your body. Meanwhile, Baxter snorted it. Snorted it out! Oh man. You don't like the salty air? He'd been pointedly ignoring how close he'd gotten to the ocean, but his discomfort was swiftly replaced by a self-aware smile.
How wonderful.
Mori for April Fools, change your username to GUBBB Mori. No. What about being identifiable? Oh my god. People are gonna go check their subscriptions and go, who's Grand Unk Brick Bald Boomer Mori? Why am I subscribed to them? What the? Who is this? Though, as ever, I'm here paying an absolute premium for a perk I do not even want. The stunning seaside view. Yeah, you've kept your feet dry. Exactly. Regrettable, isn't it? Do you want to change that? We're already here. If it's regrettable, then let's fix that. It's okay if you don't like the ocean. Do you want to change that? We're already here. From the keen way he grinned, you got the impression the two of you had been on the same mind before you'd done a thing. He did adore when you agreed.
So?
I take it you're still partial to the ocean. Absolutely.
I see.
I see. Baxter whispered, his eyes fixed on the endless blue that surrounded you. Well, I should confess, I'm fairly tired of having so many regrets. Especially ones as difficult to avoid as 70% of the planet's surface, and doing so in California no less. Baxter lifted a leg to remove one black shoe and the matching black sock. He repeated the process with his other side. Then he took hold of the two sets of footwear in a single hand. He used the free hand to roll up his suit pants to just above his ankles. He was making a clear statement of intent. Baxter Ward would be going in that water, but not deeply. You took off your shoes to join him. Your movement caught Baxter's attention. He waited for you to finish before forging ahead. The two of you stepped off the sturdy concrete path onto the shifting sands of the shore. Baxter had gone up on his tiptoes before positioning himself in a dark, wet patch. Why can't I gamble my candy stars? It's because there is no gambling. Gambling isn't enabled. I'm sorry. My nose is still so itchy. Why is that? Come on. Baxter had gone up to his tiptoes before positioning himself in a dark, wet patch. He could wait for the ocean to come the rest of the way to him. It was a compromise. Add gambling? No. You don't have to literally go in with just your toes. Giggles bubbled up between you and Baxter like the foam of a wave. This is rapid progress, 10 times greater than dipping in a single toe. And on that cue, the ocean repeated its perpetual motion and rushed over the beach. The cool water shot past you and Baxter, swirling and pooling around your feet. Ah. He instinctively reached out to take hold of your wrist. On instinct. There was something incredibly nostalgic about the moment. They were patient as he floundered in a few inches of water. It was a sensation Baxter had never gotten used to. Slowly, cautiously, Baxter let his grip on your arm slip. He stood on his own two tiptoed feet. He maneuvered around on the pads of his feet with his heels still lifted.
Hey,
Mori, did you know? I almost took ballet classes rather than ballroom. No way, Baxter. I didn't know that. Are you trying to trick me? He raised a brow curiously. He smirked completely unapologetically. That was a lie.
honestly,
That's not true. I only ever wanted to do formal ballroom dancing. However, I'm not pretending when I say the dance hall I learned at did also have ballet lessons, and that I often caught bits and pieces of them. In an attempt to display what he had picked up from watching the other class, and using the fact that he was already on his toes, Baxter made a short leap. Are you going to be... Did you do a ballet leap? No way, man. After making a splash, he attempted a pirouette in wet sand. Baxter swirled barely halfway around before getting stuck. At least he didn't tip over. For someone who acts exceedingly professional, you can be so silly. Now that is a fact. Baxter halted his frolicking to tuck his shirt back into his pants. It had started coming loose when he took another flying skip. He was having fun. And your summer stroll continued on, though it was side by side along the shore. Okay, some of the narration I can't really read out loud anymore. My nose is clogging up. My nose is itchy. What the heist? What is... None of that works! I might just pause on some of the narration because I need to rest a little bit. We're the ones closer to the water, I suppose. Baxter's confidence buoyed with you in between him and the vastness of the ocean. Waves came and went, tickling his feet, and he didn't flinch. Though it might not have been the looking that actually did it. Baxter had graduated from clinging to your wrist to properly holding your hand. That was likely the stronger lifeline. We're holding hands, walking on the beach. I suppose that's a wonderful imagery. Soon, Baxter was walking on the whole of his feet, becoming more confident with every step. Letting out a contented sigh, Baxter made a declaration.
well,
I still won't go swimming today, but perhaps I'll get there eventually after all. I hope you'll be there to see that crowning achievement. I better be. They'll go without me. Thank you, Mori. On and on, you and Baxter moved forward together. Oh. Baxter suggested you get a meal at the ocean restaurant where you first reunited. He's surprisingly sentimental, considering what a cynical teenager he used to be. Maybe you should start expecting his sentimentality from the Baxter ward of today. You were happy to do it. That first day, Baxter had fled the scene. Having a make-up meal would be a good way to bring things full circle. A salmon entree? Man, I want salmon. The two of you indulged in an entirely unrushed meal. Eventually, you had to return home, so you'd have time to finish packing before the next outing. Baxter was even inspired to finally clean up those clothes strewn about for the morning of the wedding. No one could say he did a poor job. Baxter's closet was neater and more organized than a high-end formal wear store by the time he was done. you'd got your own work taken care of too. Time to see your friends. And not yours in that they were yours alone, but friends you shared with Baxter. He left the tidy apartment and went straight to the suburbs. My nose is itchy! So itchy! Oh! Hi, Cove! The person who answered the door at the Adam house couldn't have been either of the Adam. Okay, I need to hydrate. Jesus, he's tall. My captions. Cheeses. There we go. I said cheeses. Jesus, he's tall. Cove Holden. What you hadn't expected was the 6'4" figure of Cove Holden. What the hell, man? But there was no complaints. You and your longtime companion immediately shared beaming smiles. Bestie, my brother in arms! It couldn't be helped. You were happy whenever you got to see each other. And it was the same for him. Hi, Mori. Sup? Funny running into you here. You're streaming for too long and your body hates it. Oh man. It's been about 4 hours. Goddamn, can I not last? Can I not last beyond 3 hours? Man. Since Cove got the reward of being the first to greet you, he also had to take on the responsibility of greeting the other guests who arrived. Sheepishly, he glanced at Baxter. Hey, thanks for coming.
Good day.
Hello, Cove. Thank you for allowing me to attend. Yeah, so come in. Cove punctuated that with a tilt of his head, totally forgoing any explanation or even an acknowledgement of the strange circumstance. Why are we being invited into the Baron Adams household at evening, the day before my trip back? He followed him into your former abode. Ooh! Fairy lights! This friendly get-together was in fact an actual party. They moved the couch! It had been removed from the room entirely. There was also the addition of twinkling fairy lights strung around the walls. At the center of it were Terry and Randy, looking quite pleased with themselves. Those two had been the masterminds for whatever was happening. Sigh, Mori, I miss Derek. What started this on? What prompted this? What prompted this, Nil? Don't say that in front of Baxter. Holy moly. Do a triple backflip for every time your nose is itchy? No. No, straight up no. Baxter glanced to Cove, confused but hopeful that the green-haired man might be only a henchman and more willing to spill the plan. Cove's smile had gone lopsided, and he merely shrugged one shoulder. I don't care where he is, I haven't seen him in months. He's busy, come on! Ta-da!
Woo!
It's an appreciation party. You know, for everything you did for Jude and Scott's wedding. Harry respectfully saluted your arrival like you were fellows in arms.
Very nifty.
We couldn't have done it without you. Right, and Terry helped a ton too. He did more than even me, I think.
Well,
But I already have a different thank you for that. Oh, whoa. Your thank you is a proposal? Okay, I see, I suppose. Yep. Terry draped one arm around his darling girlfriend and used the other to make an arc through the air. She's gonna take me to a bunch of beaches down the coast of California. It's gonna be historic.
Oh.
Oh, you're going on a trip? Baxter was attempting amazement with his reaction, but a knowing amusement couldn't be fully removed from his tone. Neither could the hint of a chuckle. Yeah, Miranda's scheming. It came across like a teacher being impressed that their student told them 10 came after 9. Miranda squeezed her eyes shut and grasped Terry's hand. She mouthed, "Thank you." "That's wonderful." "Thanks. Anyway." Miranda swiftly changed the subject. "Well, you both can enjoy yourselves now. Mori did all that work for free. And Baxter, you didn't get to enjoy the ceremony or reception since you were running them. We really wanted to do at least a little something to make up for it." She's speaking for the three of us. Cove actually helped with this entire event. Isn't that amazing? Wow! Cove did work? Hey, I'm not a party person, but I try as much as I can. You certainly do, Cove. We appreciate you as well.
Yeah.
Also, there's food. Sorry, there's no homemade cupcakes. We've got other stuff, though. Not gonna lie, Mori, I thought you were a catboy because in your bio it says that you're talking about... I'm not a cat! I'm a dog! I'm a dog! Come on! I just have pointy ears. Come on. Can't that dog like talking about catboys? Come on. Come on now. Hooray for food. No cupcakes? Man, this party's a bust. Hooray. Thank you so much. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Baxter's voice softened. His disbelief was honest that time. Getting your own appreciation party had definitely caught you off guard initially. But honestly, you should have known that the group would have something up their sleeves. They'd become addicted to the party planning life, and they always returned your kindness in turn. Baxter should have too. Now that you thought about it, this was already the second party these people have thrown for his sake. Miranda ended your train of thought with a clap of her hand. She was smiling sweetly.
So,
If you want, we could even get dressed up again to make it a fancy party. It wouldn't be any trouble. There's enough time to do it and come back. And I know there's not a lot of chances to do something like that. Baxter's gaze darted to you, and yours did the same towards him. His mouth hung open, the hand with a casual flick of his wrist. I looked away for 2 minutes and they crashed. What? Is it actually? Did I actually crash? Am I not live anymore? Hello? Yeah, we're back. Oh my god. What? How much did I skip? What am I actually... Did I actually crash? Oh, I did. I think I did. 2 minutes of it. Apologies. It wasn't that long. Don't worry. I'm checking the logs. It was just a minute of no data. 2 minutes, I think. Yeah, 2 minutes. Oh, that's actually a long time. Anyway, the thing that you guys missed out on was that since Baxter did reveal that we danced in fancy clothes last night, Terry reacted saying, "You need to be a snail sometimes," and then Miranda asked where we went. That's about as much of the story that you guys missed. Too much yaoi for Obi. No way. We have a place. Wow. exactly as you hadn't expected them to arrange a celebration in your honor. It's a worthy way to crash. Miranda, Terry, and Cove never could have guessed you and Baxter would have had your own little party for two. This is still great. Exactly.
You're too kind.
Having a chance to celebrate with everyone here is incredibly special. Thank you all. And if it helps, our impromptu outing didn't include decorations or refreshments, excluding still water and paper cups. His words landed, and around the room, bewildered stares regained their spark. Harry punched a fist into his opposite palm. Got it. Forget fancy clothes. Let's eat those snacks already.
Yeah.
Yeah! Nice! Free food! Okay. Yay! Getting all dolled up might have been motivated by Baxter's preferences, but the food was clearly to your taste. Food! All your friends knew you well, but there was one person in particular who was likely to thank for that, and it came in handy to have someone around who'd been by your side for almost your entire life. Cove! Cove! Even in the Baxter DLC, we get Cove glazing. True and real. True and real. Still, there was enough variety for everyone else that everyone else spotted something in the spread they wanted too. A big draw was the single bright red handle of the controller cake that ended up on the menu. Harry assured you and Baxter they got permission for that. Just don't touch the wedding cake, they're saving it for themselves, and you wouldn't want to see Scott steamed. After all the drama with that thing, those guys grew attached. The party kicked off as the gang snacked and chatted. Cove, while piling a tiny plate with one of everything, mentioned how his dad was doing good. Same old, same old. Mr. Holden sent you a hi back. He said hey to the wedding planner guy too, though they never really talked before. Not even when Baxter was staying in Sunset Bird. That was nice. Baxter cracked the joke that if he'd known this was such a grand event, he would have brought a bottle of champagne. Wow. I think there's too much yaoi for Celeste and they stopped chatting. They lurked earlier, so they might be doing something. Alright, I'm clicking through the narration a little bit because I want to rest my voice a little. I'll read out the important parts. Then the door buzzed. That put a pause in the conversation. Baxter was the first to react to the call. When you said they might be doing something, your stream crashed for a second. No! Allow me, I believe I'm familiar with who is there.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead. I am back to life. I had to do the dishes. Welcome back, Celeste. Mori did something to Celeste. No, I didn't. They're safe. Look, Celeste's here. Yeah, go blame Celeste. They're chewing the wires of my router, my internet router. Xavier had a large plastic container in it. They brought more food! What's this? They asked musically while glancing about at the dazzling fairy lights. I didn't know you were inviting me to a party. We didn't either. In a smaller voice than usual, Miranda tried to explain herself to the stranger. Sorry, it was meant to be a surprise appreciation party for Mori and Baxter.
Woohoo!
That's so sweet, and it means I was right to bring something to serve. Now I can also share my appreciation. Oh. It's miscellaneous leftovers from today's selection at stake, but still, they're fresh enough. How'd you find out I was the one chewing the wires? I just know. I know. I just know. You're welcome, and one of the many perks of being friends with a baker.
That's sweet.
Xavier, you're too kind. I regret even further not thinking to bring something myself.
Don't apologize.
Why would you have to? It's your party. Introductions were exchanged as Xavier cracked open the treasure chest of treats. Inside were eclairs, brownies, and a variety of muffins. They were given a spot at the table and a plate for snacks. Xavier wasn't a stranger anymore. How often has my stream crashed? YouTube only told me about this one time. I don't know about the rest of it. Like one, true. That's what the logs say. We've almost got a full house. Almost. Miranda replied to her question over her shoulder while she searched the room. You hadn't even noticed she'd started that.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna get Jude and Scott on a video call. On their honeymoon? Is it fine to bother them on their honeymoon? Baxter's brows disappeared under his bangs, and he shot out a concerned look. Miranda nonchalantly located her purse and, more importantly, retrieved herself from it.
Welcome.
Is it fine? They're gonna be insulted. No, heartbroken if they don't get to check in on what's up with us kids. The phone was already ringing. Randy held it out towards her face as she navigated to the snack table. Terry's right. They've been calling me all the time. I already got to talk about the plan. That's how I knew it was fine to serve the cake. And move their stuff. Then I will leave this to your discretion. Baxter ran a tense hand through his hair. Few things chaffed him more than reaching out to someone when he wasn't completely, entirely, and wholly certain they wanted it. But he was learning how to face that fear. The ringing stopped, and in its place, a deep voice filled the space, coming from thousands of miles away. Hey, it's the newlyweds! Yo, Randy, Scott's here too.
Hey.
Hello from the southern hemisphere. Were they surprised? You can ask them yourself. She flipped her screen around to reveal Jude and Scott squishing together so they both appeared on screen. Terry and Cove both waved, and though only Terry spoke out.
Hey, buddies.
Hello from your own house.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Xavier. I made the wedding cake. How nice that we could meet after all. Cool, thanks for that.
Whoa.
It's amazing to see you. Your cake was stunning and delicious. You're welcome. I'm flattered. Baxter smoothed out non-existent lines in his jacket and gave a perfectly proper greeting, as if he was meeting the two for the first time. In a way, he was. But it wouldn't be Baxter's first encounter with the men as anything other than people who needed his services. If someone else... to someone else, that might have been nothing, but to Baxter, it was monumental. Thank you for letting us make use of your home as a venue. I've never had more considerate clients. You started it. You treated us as way more than just clients. In his excitement, Scott knocked his husband's phone. Scott managed to steady it and get back in frame before any real harm could come to the device. Remember the groom's cake? An appreciation party fits the bill.
Well...
Yes, that was... well...
It's good.
Seriously, dude, relax. We're friends. Oh. The ruler straight line of Baxter's shoulders relaxed. He released a silent breath. Yes, I suppose we are. That keeps happening to me. I'm glad for it. Off to the side, Terry smiled mischievously. Rather than joining the conversation, he posed the question exclusively towards Miranda. He's friends with all of us, right? We're sure on that now?
Wow.
Well, I hope so. Maybe we're not grown up enough for him. Baxter graciously ignored the light teasing and gifted them with a rare, earnest admission. Though you had a feeling it wouldn't be such an uncommon thing any longer.
Certainly.
Of course, I'm friends with you and you're friends with me. That's why we're here with each other. And don't worry, the closing of the celebration and the end of summer itself won't be a farewell. I'll be available for you as far as I can possibly foresee the future. You know where to find me, and I'll make my own efforts to maintain these lovely friendships.
Great.
Good, keep it that way. Baxter couldn't speak further. The most he could pull together was a shaky smile at the two men on the other end of the call. He then cast his eyes around the room. Baxter was quite literally surrounded by people who wanted to be there for him. That was enough to choke you up. Why are we emotional? My nose is itchy. You knew more than most about Baxter's emotional struggles with other people. But mainly himself, you experienced the ups and downs, and the intense closeness and vast distance. None of it changed the truth. Yaoi allergies again. No! No! Imagine being a Fujo and being allergic to yaoi. Everyone's emotional and your nose is itchy. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I'm sorry. Oh, I can't help it, you know? None of it changed the truth. He was a good man. Somehow, someday, someone would have seen that. It was inconceivable otherwise. Baxter would have found the friends he deserved no matter what. You were so grateful that you got to be numbered among them. Mori's allergic to streaming and yaoi. No! That's all that I am! That's all I ever am! That's all I'll ever be! No, I can't be allergic to the thing I am. The yaoi allergies, no! Can't believe it. This always happens! Oh my god. Maybe if I stop scratching my nose, I'll stop getting itchy. When you said no, it crashed 2 more times for me. L plus ratio plus you have terrible Wi-Fi. Though you weren't Baxter's friend per se, you were his partner. And as Baxter has alluded to, you'd been given the perfect opportunity to bring it up. So many people who were important to you and Baxter were there for a party in your honor. Ah, do we announce it? Do we announce it now? Oh, what do we say though? Can you guys pick for me? Come on. Take a pick. Before anything else I want to say, everyone, Baxter! While we're here, I want to tell you about that me and Baxter. You grabbed Baxter's sleeves to encourage him. You nodded at him meaningfully. This was the time for him to speak up. Let the world know. 2! Wow, you're so enthusiastic now. How do we announce it? 2! Oh my god. You guys are not subtle at all! Be excited. Can we just have Baxter say it? That's an option. Suddenly just screaming it would be kind of out of left field. Loud and proud. No, can we just have Baxter say it? Come on, guys. Come on. Don't be a bum. I will not succumb to the peer pressure that is the chat box. You nodded at him. Baxter will announce it. He got your message and cleared his throat.
So?
Ahem. Honored guests, or I should say, my dear friends. Since we are close and don't care about each other's lives, Since we are close and care about each other's lives, I think you may want to be made aware of a recent event. Baxter might have accepted friends into his life, but how he was supposed to speak to them was another aspect of healthy social behavior that he needed more practice with. Definitely, please share. Yes, tell us.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we want to know. Make your announcement, gentlemen. Oh, sure. Baxter grinned sharply. He did not keep the audience waiting any longer.
Excellent.
Wonderful. I'm Mori's boyfriend. Wait, why both tomatoes and potatoes? What the hell? Come on, isn't this better? Isn't this better? Come on!
What?
Really? The entire room you were physically in, as well as Scott in the other room visible through a phone screen, were stunned. Yes. He inclined his head along with the answer. Mori got in a relationship, meanwhile we have nothing. What do you mean? You guys have drywall and floor candy? You have more than enough. After everything that happened over the years with Mr. Ward, but also everything you'd been through over the past week, you couldn't be certain how they'd take it. The initial silence cracked with a sharp quip thanks to Terry. That wasn't much of a surprise after all.
Nah.
Already went fancy dancing. Already became a couple? What's next? Randy couldn't help answering that rhetorical question. Even she had a teasing streak sometimes.
So great.
When we start planning to do something nice for their 1-year anniversary, Baxter and Mori will have planned their own wedding very professionally. And no one will have even known they were engaged. Oh my god. The both of them were bent over with laughter. Terry smacked Ryu and Baxter on the arms in good jest. We have a hunger for cloud mint. True, drywall is better than having a relationship. Ahmed the drywall lover. I'm already 6 feet under all bones. What the hell? You guys think I don't feed you? You guys are eating good, right? Come on. Baxter rubbed small circles into where he'd been struck. The nudge couldn't possibly have hurt. You'd felt how harmless it was. Maybe he was worried about wrinkles. I'll try to be more prudent about that going forward. In our defense, the fancy dancing outing was the same occasion where we got together. That is a pretty good defense. Congrats, bud. Wiping a tear from her eye, Miranda's voice softened. Yeah. After spending the conversation gaping like one of his beloved fish, Tove did manage to smile for you. Not the sunshiny beam of joy you'd love to see. It was his soft, I'm here for you look.
I get it.
I get it. I'm happy you're happy. Aww. Tove! Oh my god. Why would you? I feel guilty. It was his soft, I'm here for you look. Man, I have actually thought about not streaming the wedding DLC on YouTube exactly. I think it would be best reserved for Discord stream instead, because I have gotten a kind of burnt out from reading out loud with this game. So and I've already played through the wedding DLC, so this is just for you guys to actually see the wedding DLC as well. I have already streamed it years ago, on Twitch, but there's no VOD. But yeah, that's what I'm planning now. After having been played this for too long, I suppose. So long? Too long? Yeah. Celeste and Nil, what would you rather? What would you rather? End Cloud Mint hunger or end world hunger? End Cloud Mint hunger. Let the world eat Cloud Mint vibes. They have no bread, let them eat. No! No! Those are the famous last words of Marie Antoinette before she got... before she was put under the guillotine. Come on now, come on. Famously, no, well, not really proven to be said by Marie Antoinette, but it was largely attributed to her. 19 crashes, goddamn. You would die for that statement? Goddamn, goddamn. Off to the gallows with you. Scott pushed his glasses back into place, letting that revelation truly sink in. Planning our wedding brought another couple together. No, it brought a couple back together.
Amazing.
That's awesome. It is. We're never gonna break up again. Breaks up 3 months later. Smiled ear to ear. Jude stuck his hand past Scott to ruffle his curls. His face was so full of pride and something else too. Yeah, of course. Who could have seen this coming, huh? Scott snorted into his husband's shoulder. Baxter used the opportunity to lean over and whisper in your ear.
See?
See, exactly as I warned you. Self-satisfied. He could have that one. He could have that one. It was extremely funny seeing the usually mild Jude get puffed up. That at about the same time, an entirely different conversation was occurring.
Preposterous.
So now that it's official, we gotta go on a triple date for real sometime. What? What? It'd be fun. Remember the bowling? Jude replied flatly, not moved in the slightest. Miranda nodded firmly in agreement with her family.
Not happening.
It's weird to go on a date with my little sister. No. The bowling was different. They weren't a couple then. But Terry merely waved off the siblings' concerns. Well, we'll work on the details later. Celeste is secretly Papyrus. True. Who says nyeh? Without feeling like they're Papyrus. Spaghetti. Oh my lord. 21 crashes, fix your Wi-Fi, doggy? It's running fine! Celeste, are you having problems with my stream? Is it getting like... is it lagging or something? No, it isn't, right? Someone please tell me. I heard Papyrus was here. Yeah, we have Papyrus. Looks at Celeste. The party was really about to start. Let's get the music going. Time to dance. That got Cove to snort, amused. You're really high energy about slow dancing.
Gladly.
True, and that would be delightful. Okay, I've got it. No lags or crashes. Okay. So it is on Ahmed's side. Just refresh your page, Ahmed. Oh my god. No lags or crashes here. Okay, I'm good. It isn't me. It's not me that's the problem. It's Ahmed. She set up the speaker to play music for the slow dancing. Someone help me with this junior jumbo. You can do it. You can do it, Celeste Pyrus. Scott and Jude could have hung up at any point, yet remained on the line. They decided to attend the whole shebang long distance. The two had plenty of experience with that. It was nice to be there, to spend time together. Nobody had it in them to draw attention to it, but the thank you party had a dual purpose. It was also a farewell party. After it was over, you couldn't be sure when you'd see most of these people again, at least in person. You needed to make the most of the opportunity. A delicate melody drifted into your ears. It filled out your own mind and the world around you. Then you got eyes with Baxter. He'd been watching your face, presumably for however long you'd been lost in thought. Don't worry about me. We came together, but that doesn't mean only I can have your attention. I think I'll take a moment to wander the floor.
Take care.
Enjoy yourself. Baxter's polite distance wasn't to avoid you. He was trying not to hinder you from having fun with the rest of the party. How considerate. He was, shockingly, the person you'd spent the most time with during the trip. It was all your other friends who'd gotten the short end of the stick. Okay, see you. Alright, let's hang out with our friends. Let's dance with everyone. First, Terry and Miranda. Hi. Mori! Hey, bud. Mind if I cut in? I'd like to dance with each of you.
Fun!
Definitely. Oh yeah, we can all dance. Harry threw an arm around your shoulder before pulling Miranda in on his other side. He squeezed you and began to sway. Miranda laughed as she let herself be carried by the motion. It wasn't in any way effective for slow dancing and was incredibly funny, and you wouldn't have preferred anything else. Mori? Thanks again for coming here and doing all this. I know it wasn't much of a vacation, but maybe you had some fun? I did. It has been amazing. I'm scratching my nose, sorry guys. You meant that deeply. Jude and Scott's wedding was something you were going to remember forever, no matter what. I gotta go now. Alright, Celeste, bye! Yeah, I'm just going to be finishing up. You are going to miss out on a CG. A special CG with Baxter in it, though. So, have some rest. Go rest, Neil. Enjoy your lurk. He became more than a friend. Oh.
Preposterous!
I'd say our latest endeavors have been great successes, both in personal relationships and our careers. Our careers? Randy put a hand on her hip and leveled an amusedly unimpressed glance. Here we go again. Sorry, I got asked something. As party planners, how many amazing bashes have we thrown at this point? We've lost count. 3, Terry. You've contributed to 3 celebrations. Unless you count the chocolate fountain celebration as a separate thing, then it's 4. Impressive. How is that event company Baxter works at not offered us positions yet? Harry's face went completely dead.
Nah.
That is a joke, people. I am unavailable for future party planning committees for at least a year.
That's cool.
Good, because I'm not either. Next time, let's hire Baxter from the start. Here. Well, I appreciate the last party you'll ever put on. It's top-notch. Aw, thanks.
Yeah.
We're going out with a bang. Next up, let's say hi to Jude and Scott. You saw Scott and Jude pushing each other's shoulders back and forth into the rhythm of the music while whispering among each other. It gave the impression of proud parents watching their many children in a school musical. You scooped up the phone and spun around. Scott was the first to catch the movement.
Oh,
Oh, look! You pressed the hand to Jude's chest to stop him in place. Hey, Mori. Yo, how are you doing? I'm good, thank you again for the party. What? It's nothing.
Seriously.
It's nothing because we did nothing for it. Sorry. Honeymoon. Hey, giving us a free venue isn't bad. Yeah, don't trash the place. Or if you do, clean it up before we can see it. You're crazy, Grant. The freckled newlywed snorted and bumped Scott with his shoulder again. Seriously, where does this party animal come from?
the thing is,
Nothing teaches you to understand what it means to have an event than planning one yourself, dude. It's hard work and you've gotta enjoy it. I hear you.
Hey.
You know how me and Scott got to know each other? We met in a game, right? Yep, it was sheer luck. Scott eagerly jumped in on the topic. Twice! Whoa, really? Really? We didn't get it the first time. We were playing a shooter online and got randomly put against each other in a game. My team lost and sucked, and I did alright. But I did alright. Come on, it was more than alright. Jude was the best player there. After a while, I wasn't even competing against the whole team. It was just him. We might have won the game, technically, but in terms of one-on-one results, I was only second place.
so,
So I did what any guy who likes a challenge would do. I sent him a friend request ASAP. Jude accepted it that same day. The two men had different reactions on the walk down memory lane. Jude lowered his chin bashfully, which made it possible to see him scratching his head at the top of the screen. Scott was grinning boldly. He pulled his glasses further up his nose. Right. Gotta lock in and speedrun this. Normally I wouldn't bother. I don't even remember why I did. It was cool he saw me personally as competition. I guess it made me see him that way too. They were people from different places, brought together by happenstance based on a shared interest. It was impressive they made an impression on each other after a single game. What was the second chance? Right, where was I? Jude and I play games occasionally over a few months. Always against each other, and never talking. That probably wouldn't have changed if it was up to us. We were two warriors who'd cross swords before continuing our own separate journeys. But we got lucky again. One night when I was playing a totally different game, a guy with the same username came up. But this time it was on my team. There was a voice chat then, so I asked if it was the person I kinda knew. I was that person. That was the first time I'd ever heard Jude. It blew my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were cracking up in the chat. It had to be annoying to whoever else was there and just wanted to play. They kicked us out! The rest of the story came in a flurry of back and forths. They tag team telling you. Like they probably worked together in games. I didn't care about the round anyway. We kept playing stuff ourselves the entire night. The hours flew by. It was ridiculously fun, and we figured out we're almost the same age and had really similar tastes in games. And not so much with other things.
and
Though much later we learned how we had something else pretty important in common.
Yep.
We're both gay. Now we're married. I guess you could say the rest is history. True. That's so cute.
thanks.
And Mori, good luck with your own dude you randomly ran into. No! Don't call him that. I get why Baxter is sticking around.
Wow.
I can't believe he came to this party. I didn't think it'd be that easy, but that's great. You're good to your friends, Mori. Oh, or your friends and your new boyfriend. I can't believe that one either. One more time. Congratulations. Thank you. Let's go up to Xavier. They were hanging out at the edge of the main entrance, still trying to get used to this venue. You raised a hand, palm up as you approached. Xavier's brow lifted in time with that. Would you mind having a dance?
Thank you.
Really? Me? I'm flattered. They placed their hand on yours without another word. That was when something incredible happened. Miranda requested a turn to dance with Baxter. It looked like she was trying hard to be bolder with friends as well as her boyfriend. Her gumption took Baxter by surprise. However, he'd never decline a lady's request for a waltz. They took it slow and steady. Terry hung around the pair as a moving, cheering audience of one. Xavier noticed the unexpected exchange too. Though for them, it was Baxter's behavior that felt shocking. They didn't know about Miranda or how she'd grown. They did have experience with Mr. Ward.
Good deal.
Quite a party. The first time I met Baxter, he didn't say a single word that wasn't a polite greeting, a farewell, or explicitly related to wedding work. No matter how reasonable he presented himself as, it was going too far. I had to assume he didn't care for other people or didn't know how to truly interact with them. And the more times he came to my shop, the more confident I became about that second theory. I liked his company anyway, especially when he let loose and made a joke or two. It was monumental. We developed a protective and trusting working relationship. That's all it amounted to for Baxter. But I had decided we were friends on behalf of the both of us. I suppose so. The reminiscing ended and Xavier was suddenly grinning squarely at you.
Well,
Still, I know... who knew I'd ever be attending a house party with him? I wonder if you had a say in making that happen. Yep, Baxter couldn't invite you himself. I had to bring it up. He went right along with it, though. Xavier chuckled, light and airy and unoffended. Thanks for accommodating someone like him and for thinking of me. I believe you and I could get along too. Would you want to exchange numbers? We can stay in touch even when you leave that way. Oh, absolutely.
always a pleasure.
Lovely. He took out a pale purple phone with a pastel tone rainbow keychain. You saved your contacts. You successfully made another friend. Yippee! You walked towards Cove. Hey, Cove! He was smiling as you neared. Hey. Hey. Wanna dance? Cove didn't question that. He was expecting those two words.
Yeah.
Yeah. We took each other's hands and slowly moved as one on the makeshift dance floor. On the other side of the room, Terry had taken a turn going for a spin with Baxter. Miranda had switched to snapping pictures. When they looked to be having fun. Cove had to look at you through eyes squinted along the bottom, since his cheeks were lifted high from his grin. You finally get to see each other without everyone else for a change.
I mean...
Well, they're still here, but at least they're doing other things. Cove! He tilted his chin in the direction of the two models, cutting a rug in front of the photographer, catching every angle of it. If you recalled right, Randy's cousin was a photographer at the wedding. Perhaps it ran in the family. You and Cove refocused at the same second. You'd known each other for enough years to have that level of synchronization. You could instinctively feel when a pause would end. Anyway, how have you been? Since when we saw each other at the wedding and right now, it kind of feels like way more happened than usual. I'm great. What about you? I'm good too now. You hadn't missed that little now, Cove tacked at the end.
So,
I hope you like the party. It's a good one, Cove. Nice job.
I'm so glad.
Cool. But then it was worth it. We spent most of the day putting it together. The food, decorations, and stuff. Cove's eyes rested closed as he released a long, tired breath. Oh. I really didn't know what I was missing when I only half took part in this sort of thing. Then he shot you a bent smile and angled those wavy brows of his. I was definitely right to be too busy to help much with all those other times. Wow, Cove, I knew you were trying to get out of work. Hey, my excuses were real, even if I didn't actually want to do it. Oh, and thanks for making me a goodie bag. That was great. You're welcome. Thanks for helping with the snacks here. Either of you needed to affirm what you already knew. You really had to appreciate it. After that, you continued to chat, reminiscing about previous parties you had attended while growing up and guessing which events you might be guests at next. Miranda and Terry's wedding. We will be guests at Miranda and Terry's wedding. Eventually, you parted ways. You wanted to find the man you'd come with, and Cove preferred to say where he was. Finally, you reunited with Baxter. Finally might have been too strong a thought. It'd been maybe 20 minutes? It's not another 5-year reunion. Something like that would never happen again. Baxter hadn't said a word yet, and neither had you. But he was already smirking. Hello, Mori. You're at this lovely soiree as well. What a coincidence. Next thing I know, I'll find you at my very... Whoa! 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 Maybe, if your luck holds up.
Darling.
I'd prefer not to rely on that anymore, darling. He called you darling.
Now?
Now, might I ask you for a dance? You may. You held out your hand for him. Baxter accepted without a second hesitation. You're being too freaky, more freaky than Nil. What do you mean? I don't have control over that. I don't have control over that line, okay? That wasn't a choice for me to make. Your first dance together of the day began. Around you, Terry and Miranda shared another dance of their own. Baxter had a new partner keeping him busy. Also, the two of them loved each other and wanted to be together. Xavier was dancing with Miranda's phone. They were probably curious to speak more with their former clients. Cole was content to keep watch. He'd never been a fancy-footed guy. No one pressured him to do something he wouldn't want. I certainly do owe the group my thanks. It doesn't matter that we went out only the night before. I'm grateful to every opportunity for this. Same here. Might have been the Adams' living room, but the atmosphere really had changed. Baxter's face was bright even in the low light, thanks to the way the dangling fairy strands caught his eyes. That, coupled with the gentle piano floating through the air, transported you to a grand ballroom. The most significant aspect that had you swept away was the fact that you were there with Baxter Ward. He could enchant you anywhere in the world. And for a moment you forgot there was others in the room. One song blended into another as the night continued on and on. Eventually, however, the gang decided to let their dancing feet rest and return to the snacks. Baxter wasn't hungry. Instead, he wondered if he could get some fresh air. "It's your party," Jude's succinct reply. With that, Baxter politely excused himself from the room. He made eye contact with you as he passed. That was an opening to join him if you'd ever seen one. Subtle wasn't usually his forte, but he could make use of it when needed. You made your own explanations and left the gathering. Outside, Baxter was waiting for you on the sidewalk. In front of the Adams house. He had his hands deep in his pockets while gazing at the starry sky. Night had fallen over the world while you'd been dancing. You came to his side and Baxter began to speak without turning his head. He knew it was you. You said that there was people in the room, yeah, but they were busy dancing to themselves. They weren't listening to what we were saying. They weren't listening to what Baxter was saying. Come on now.
You know.
Honestly, I was feeling out of my element. Not so surprisingly. Whoa, I clicked something. Hold on, chat. Parties might be my forte in general, but my wealth of experience with social gatherings doesn't extend further than being cordial to near strangers. Hanging out in a group of friends, my skills are rusty to say the least. Take all the time you need. His chin lowered and his shoulder raised. A pleasant little smile grew along Baxter's face. When he swept an arm through the still warm air of a Californian summer. Well, here we are, in the middle of an unassuming neighborhood street I happen to be visiting. All for my intentions of being intriguing. A good amount of the moments we've spent together have been in a similar setting to this, haven't they? We had our first unexpected reunion on your street. Many of our best laid plans were imagined there. That's where I asked you out for the first time. And of course, I parted ways with you while standing in the road between our two homes at that time. Oh yeah, memories. When you'd first arrived on that street only a week ago to help prepare a wedding, you'd never could have imagined where it would lead. How you could be there in the exact spot it started and have everything be different now. Baxter continued to gently muse. I suppose that was part of the issue. I didn't consider myself appealing enough as a person to be worth the time, so I wanted the support of an exciting or interesting backdrop for meetups. But it shouldn't matter that much where you are if you enjoy. It shouldn't matter that much where you are if you enjoy who you're with. I could have told you that. I've been trying to tell you that. You didn't have to jump through hoops to be good company. Just be yourself. His eyes closed, too bashful to meet your bold-faced affection directly. But Baxter let it wash over him.
Truthfully,
I'm thankful I was wrong. About you, and mostly myself. And also, Jude and Scott's relationship. I'll always be grateful that they lasted after all. For their sake, and for ours. The quiet pause forming was completely shot with two mismatching jingles going off. Baxter's phone and yours got notifications at the same time. The group chat? Baxter muttered, lifting one brow. He reached for your devices to check. He was correct. Randy, Terry, and Cove had started streaming in messages. Each one was identical. An emote of champagne glasses clinking. And then Miranda added a couple more, from Jude and Scott, she noted. Cove dropped another on Xavier's behalf too. Then, for good measure, Terry started spamming champagne glasses. Baxter snorted as the gang gave this digital cheers. If you had to guess, you'd single out Miranda as the person behind this. Not only because she messaged first, but because it was the kind of small, sweet gesture she'd pull. Randy must have been brainstorming some way to make Baxter's offhanded remark come true since he'd made it. And she found out a lot of success. I can't read! She found a lot of success with the idea. Baxter was still grinning like a schoolboy at his screen. It worked!
bravo.
They certainly do have the spirit of pro-level event planners, finding possibilities to make a celebration special, even if the circumstances aren't what the guests originally imagined. We have good friends. We have good friends. Yes, we do. Then, you add your own little glass to the set. Who wouldn't miss joining a toast to your and Baxter's honor? Finally, Baxter put his own champagne emote along with the others. To complete the gesture, he even lifted his phone like it was a long-stemmed glass. Imagine having a reading issue, gets unmodded, and gets kicked out of the basement. No more basement for you! This only happens when I read for too long. It's been 5 hours. I've been streaming, oh my god. That unnecessary level of class was very him. Nothing more came in from the rest of the party, so you shared a casual observation while putting your phone away. You know, usually everyone would tease me more. Baxter listened closely as he placed his own phone into his jacket. What we got when we told them about us wasn't that much. No one joked that we'd been out here so long they were worried we snuck off to get married already. W5-hour stream. They're showing so much restraint. They're showing such restraint. I'm pretty sure the gang is going so easy because you're such... I'm pretty sure the gang's going so easy because you're such a skittish guy when it comes to making friends anyway. Baxter smacked the hand over his mouth. He had to reply through his fingers and in between laughs. That is a fair theory. I haven't been easy to speak with. However, I'm less skittish with people now than I ever imagined I could be. You met your eyes once more, slipping that hand around yours instead. Aw. And far, far happier as well. His expression was heart-wrenchingly bittersweet. And I will miss you so much when you go, Mori. There's no getting around the fact that your situations had reversed. You were there simply for a visit. It wasn't your home, and you were going to have to leave tomorrow. It made your chest squeeze to think about. He would be left here without you, and you'd have to go on without him. To go without him.
Forgive me.
Long distance, no! Don't worry. Seeing sadness cloud your face, Baxter immediately offered reassurances. I sincerely swear I will respond when you reach out, and keep in touch myself. He pulled out his most bold grin, even if his words still faltered a bit at the end. Every day. Multiple times a day, in fact. Well, if that wouldn't be an annoyance. I have no issues dating long distance. As you once said, if Jude and Scott can make it work, so can we, right? The concern was awfully sweet, though you hadn't intended to worry him. I never doubted that. Baxter's poise loosened and his expression grew soft. He realized his actions weren't the cause of your pain. It remained that Baxter's first instinct was to see mistakes in everything he did, and to assume he didn't know how to make someone happy. But your issue was only in how you couldn't be with him even longer. To that he had another promise, and he paired it with a truly gentlemanly kiss on the back of the hand he still held. I imagine we won't be apart for terribly long.
Honestly.
You see, I need a break after my last clients were something of a rush job. The company understands. And I don't know where this concept came from, but recently I've been thinking about taking a little vacation. A spark of hope immediately went off inside your head. It was bright enough to lighten your face. Baxter pounced on that hint of interest, smirking deviously. It wouldn't be anything grandiose like a stay in a luxurious mountain lodge or a cross-state road trip, but as we just established, location is secondary to company. And apparently, according to some strange man, going on trips to spend time with a person you love is a good idea. Perhaps quite a concept.
I hope I'm not being too forward.
Besides, they were thoughtful enough to find me where I was first. Besides, they were thoughtful enough to find me where I was first. It's only polite to return the favor. Baxter is going to visit? Whoa. Give him a hug. Baxter didn't hesitate to lock himself around you. He caught the embrace as if he'd been waiting his whole life for it. You can take your own advice. Incredible. I'm as amazed as you are. Baxter's face was flushed, his voice came out jittery from both excitement and lingering nerves, and he couldn't stand completely still.
Hallelujah.
Admittedly, a part of me was convinced I wouldn't go through with it. What if you thought I had lost my mind to follow you right after we barely re-established a connection? You could imagine that completely. It wasn't a judgment on you. That's not who he was doubting. Looking foolish for admitting that he'd become attached was a long-held fear Baxter had towards himself. To say what he did and not backtrack was like stepping up to the edge of a cliff. He had really grown. But having this last day together, knowing it was the last, was the final push to pursue what I actually wanted. And I didn't even need to make you choose for me, like with a game of rock, paper, scissors. I forfeited by default. Baxter jerkily flicked his wrist, adding too much energy for it to be his usually smooth gesture. Honestly, it's a practical plan when you think about it. We have plenty to discuss face to face. There's our entire future to consider, after all. Whoa, whoa. I'm glad this single trip isn't the end of us, Mori. Yeah. I still remember when everything in my life seemed it was ending or changing. And you comforted me by saying I could find people who'd be with me always. And that I might have already found someone. So far you'd been right, I do. But now I can say it back to you. Baxter, there are people who want to be close to you no matter how much distance there is, and how much time goes by. I know because I'm one of them. The words struck a deep, resounding chord in Baxter's heart. There was no as if this time. A bond like the one you had together truly was what he'd longed for his entire life. Baxter's eyes grew damp. He wiped it away with a thumb.
It's settled.
It settled then. With that, he straightened out his jacket and swiped at his bangs in a vain attempt to seem more presentable. I suppose we should make another appearance now. I'm not the only person here who wants to see you, and I'll be the one who gets to be with you again. They want to see you too, and they've had to wait way longer for that. Baxter gave a light chuckle, fully in control of his emotions. Or he wasn't exactly controlling them. He had become comfortable with what he felt.
Let's return together.
True. We shouldn't keep our friends waiting for how patient they've been. Let's return together, Mori. There it is! The CG! He reached out for you once more, ready for the next dance, even before either of you could hear the music again. You accepted it. Seeing him that way, you couldn't help reflecting on how the man facing you had always been so ready to leave, to turn his back to you, to be alone, for as long as you'd known him. And for every point along the list had changed. And now, every point along the list had changed. A resident of California, a member of the group, a boyfriend for life. That was Baxter Ward. So even though you'd be preparing to leave this place when the party ended, you were positive the two of you would end up coming back together again and again. That was simply unavoidable for you and him. First, because of a string of chance encounters, and second, because of your own efforts. The pushes and pulls of life were like a dance. Sometimes you were familiar with the steps, and sometimes you had to make them up as you went along. Luckily for you, no matter which tempo, style, or pattern played, you'd have a true partner by your side for the next song. And there it is! Thank you for beginning a life here. You can come back again always. And it's done! It's finally done! The end! Yippee! Yippee! Finally! However long it's been since I played. Wah! Alright, I'm ending stream now. Bye, guys. That was fun. We love Baxter. Wow, yippee, Baxter. Alright, bye, guys. Bye. Thanks for hanging out and watching the stream. See you again next week. I will be posting a schedule. And, see y'all later. We reached the ending. Anyone that missed the ending is a... Oh man. Alright, bye guys. Bye, bye, bye.